Carolina called here for Donald Trump. That is the first big swing state we've been watching right now. That remains Georgia, and then the blue wall for Kamala Harris. As you go to bed tonight, it remains unclear if she's going to have to secure those 3 states now that North Carolina has gone for Donald Trump. Colin, Vanessa?
It's going to be an interesting end to our night. This is not it for us. We will begin our stream again in just about 4 minutes.
Yes, so WCNC Plus is where you can find us once again on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV. More insights to come on that end.
See you soon.
This election season, WCNC Charlotte is your trusted source. We're verifying the political ads from the presidential to the governor's race, cutting through the noise to separate fact from fiction. Scan the QR code to see what's been verified.
When severe weather impacts the Carolinas, you can help us tell the story.
Our radar helps to keep you weather aware, along with images like these. Here's how to send us a video or picture of conditions impacting your area.
Make sure you're in a safe spot. Take a picture or video, then send it to the Near Me feature on our WCNC News app.
Your image could be part of our weather impact coverage. Download the WCNC News app now.
WCNC Plus delivers stories that impact you. Plus breaking and developing news as it happens, streaming live on your time. Plus weather coverage that impacts you 24/7. Stream WCNC Plus now.
Turn on the news that impacts you every evening at 6 on WCNC Charlotte.
Get breaking news and continuing coverage.
Stay weather aware with the Weather Impact Team.
We're your trusted source for verified news and content.
Want it now? Stream now. WCNC Plus gives you breaking and developing news along with weather coverage that impacts you. It's streaming 24/7 on WCNC Plus.
Get more of the news that impacts you on WCNC Charlotte weeknights at 6.
WCNC Weather Impact.
Weather Aware Days. They show you what to expect when the weather changes. We're going to show you the timing, the impacts, and how to stay safe.
Stay weather aware with the WCNC Weather Impact Team and download the WCNC News app. Mornings on WCNC Charlotte.
Thanks for starting your day with us.
It's news that impacts you.
The latest news from overnight.
Prepare for your day every day with the Weather Impact Forecast.
Welcome here to our special coverage of Decision 2024 on WCNC Plus. I'm Vanessa Rufus alongside Colin Mayfield and Ben Thompson on a night where we are seeing a lot of battleground states too close to call. There's one that's being called.
I know, in North Carolina for Donald Trump, and it happened pretty quickly. We were talking about the results coming in. I didn't expect this to happen until after midnight.
That's right. It happened all in just the last 20 minutes or so. Places like Georgia, though, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, still outstanding, but it seems like North Carolina, the first of the big battleground states to be called in favor of Donald Trump.
So some interesting revelations there. And as we go throughout the night, we'll see where things swing. Obviously, this is not over. We're still very early. And still in Mecklenburg County, we're still getting some updates in terms of the issues that we had inputting some of these results.
Yeah, I guess it sounds like it was more of an issue with getting them up into the state website to report to all of us.
That's right. Austin Walker standing by. He's live. He's been there all day long over at the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections in Midtown. So bring us up to speed, Austin. Where do things stand now with getting our votes here in Charlotte uploaded to Raleigh?
Yeah, so things have pretty much cleared up. We did learn from Michael Dickerson, the Board of Elections director. He tells us the reason that there was that lag and why it wasn't showing up on the state's website was because of one thing. There were just a lot of votes here in Mecklenburg County, and it took a lot of time to update. So to go by this, they decided to go back to the old-fashioned way, ditch the digital side of things, and give us all a paper update. Now, we've been getting these updates on paper for the last, hour and a half. This one just handed it to us about, 10 minutes ago. This was from 11 o'clock. Now, it shows 198 precincts all in Mecklenburg County. Of that, 189 of them have been reported, and it has been updated since then. We know there's still 4 out that have not been read, and they're in the northern part of the county. But again, it shows us that voting breakdown. Looking at the election day totals, Kamala Harris walking away in Mecklenburg County with 58,000 votes. Donald Trump securing 37,000 votes. So still Kamala Harris coming out on top in Mecklenburg County, but still the state called for Donald Trump for the president. So that being said, we're seeing some still, they're coming in very slowly. We have a few more precincts still left that they're trying to get them taken care of. The way it works, think of it like a drive-through system. We know that they come through. They hand out this bag. Inside the bag, it has the paper ballots inside, as well as a flash drive. That flash drive has all of the ballots recorded on it. So the reason they're doing this, Michael Dickerson says, for election integrity and election security. It's to make sure that there's 2 versions, and so if something, God forbid, happens, they have a backup. Also, if there were be a time where they had to hand count all the votes, they have the paper ballots still up in a room where they're not going to move until everything is codified and done. So that's kind of like a check system to make sure that they still have them. But still, we're seeing more votes coming into Mecklenburg County. We know that this was a county that really Kamala Harris needed to win if she wanted to secure the Tar Heel state and get as many people voting as possible to put their vote down for her. Again, we're still trying to learn and work to get all the updates as possible as we are waiting for about 4 more precincts to come in. We'll make sure to update you throughout WCNC Plus, our streaming service, if we do learn more and when we learn more.
So 4 more precincts. Austin, you said those were the northern part of the county. The northern part of the county tends to lean more conservative. I mean, broader scale, it's very much a purple area. But as far as in terms of Mecklenburg County politics, those precincts mean in the northern part of the county mean those are going to be more conservative leaning.
Relative
voters.
to the rest of the county.
Relative to the rest of the part of the county.
Well, and to give you a little bit more perspective on what we're talking about, the northern part of the county, they were talking about the idea of it was like University City. It wasn't necessarily like Davidson in the very north part. So very much like North Charlotte. So I should have been more specific on that. But still, they were actually confused because they said, University City, that's 20 minutes away. You think they'd be a little bit quicker to get down here. So we're not sure why that's taking so long, but still, that's one of the places that they're still waiting for those votes to come in too.
And this seems not necessarily unprecedented, Austin, but has anybody said at the Board of Elections that they haven't seen anything like this? I mean, usually, these type of issues don't necessarily happen like this. Anybody commented on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think every year, whenever there's a big election like this, I think we should never say the impossible is impossible. We're seeing, again, it's about course correction and what we can do right here. They can only do so much. They have this amazing assembly line to really get those votes in, and it was an amazing, well-oiled machine. But when it comes to this delay or lag that we're seeing being uploaded from here into the state's website, they say they reacted as if this has never happened before, or the quote used actually was, "I'm not sure why it's not happening." So that was kind of a big, to me, a red flag of, oh, well, something must be happening, which is then why we sought out that answer from Michael Dickerson, who wasn't necessarily too surprised, but said it's because that voter turnout is really high in Mecklenburg County this time around, and he expected to have a little bit of a lag because obviously, things are still working and moving, but it's going to take some time, he says.
All right. Austin Walker, thank you, sir. All right, 11:40 here, local time. By the way, we've said around midnight is when the state hoped to call some of these races. It's looking like it's going to be about on time. Honestly, credit to all the poll workers out there. Shout out to you for all the work you do, because Lord knows it is not easy. Folks, let's bring you up to speed right now on the electoral map as it stands right now. Take a look at this. Donald Trump, 230. He is 40 away from getting the presidency. So keep that in mind. Of course, you already know that, but the big ones outside of North Carolina, the big states, the electoral prizes are still outstanding. It might be a late night for those of you wanting to go to bed. I don't blame you, but you can't go to bed quite yet. Let's take a look at North Carolina and some of the races here. As you know, Josh Stein, early in the night, getting the victory here, he will be our next governor. And it looks like he had some down ballot impact for some fellow Democrats, like Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt, daughter of former Governor Hunt, and then Attorney General, AP now calling it for Jeff Jackson over Dan Bishop. That was a close one as well. Public instruction, Maurice Green over Michelle Morrow right now. But then a few others when it comes to the statewide races, Council of State as it's called. Democrats didn't do so well. Let's take a look at some of the breakdown of some of the state House and state Senate races. Keep in mind, this is important because Josh Stein, his job as governor is going to become 1,000 times more complicated if he still has to deal with a supermajority in the General Assembly like Governor Cooper has. And it looks like as of right now, that's what he's going to face. So any veto he has, doesn't matter, they can override it, is basically what that means. Take a look at this state Senate race. Ballantyne, 27 votes between these two. The state House race, it looks like Republicans won this one back from losing it 2 years ago. State House 98. This is up in the northern part of the county. We were talking about them just a few minutes ago. Beth Helfrich. This actually used to be Tom Tillis's seat. So it's now, the northern part of Mecklenburg County is now becoming a lot more blue. And then finally, when we've been talking about Tricia Cotham holding on to her seat despite what's been a couple of years of controversy after she switched from being a Democrat to Republican, giving Republicans that supermajority in the state House. So folks, that's where we stand at a little past 11:40 at night. When it comes to presidency, Donald Trump winning North Carolina, and then a mixed bag as you go down the ballot, guys.
Yeah, some interesting stuff, obviously, with all of these numbers. Fascinating to see some of these races. And really, we talked a little bit about this with Chelsea Kaufman, our professor at Wingate, that people are doing this split ballot voting, which seems to me as a new phenomenon. I know it may not be, but it's interesting to see how folks, if they're independent or otherwise, aren't voting along party lines. They're finding who they think fits their lives, whether it's in the House or elsewhere. So it's quite interesting going forward.
I mean, we are seeing the rise of the unaffiliated voter in North Carolina, Mecklenburg County too. So it's definitely a trend.
We're going to check in with Julia Kaufman, who has been watching things for us from the Republican Party, which is not with Mark Robinson's camp in Raleigh, North Carolina. She is in a different spot. I'm sorry, she's in Raleigh, North Carolina with the Mark Robinson camp. Sorry. The GOP Republican Party was in Cary, North Carolina in Wake County. Anything new that you want to shed perspective on here? We know the Robinson camp, obviously we heard his concession speech and talking about the future of any races he might have. What are you learning here, Julia?
Sure, yeah, things certainly quieted down. He gave his concession speech not long after Stein was called to be the next governor of North Carolina, so things wrapped up pretty quickly there. He did have a small crowd at his event of supporters. Some supporters there didn't want to believe that the race was called so early. They were holding out hope, but some of his campaign staff actually had to speak to those supporters and say, no, we trust the data and we just don't think we're going to pull it out tonight. So they decided to call it early as well. And we were asking about his future, and he said, he plans to spend 2025 with his family and figuring out what his next steps are. His campaign strategist was specifically asked if he's going to go for a congressional seat, U.S. Senate, anything like that. He said that was all up in the air as of right now, and he hadn't spoken to Robinson about that. So all we know right now for what's next for Robinson is he's still lieutenant governor. He plans to do a lot of work, as he said, in western North Carolina over these next 2 months. And also that defamation lawsuit against CNN following that CNN investigation is ongoing, and we're told a hearing for that is scheduled for later this month. So we're going to have to keep an eye on his next steps politically, and also what the final numbers are in the voter turnout for the governor's race, because the polls had him lagging very far behind Stein. So we'll see just how far behind he is when that count is done, guys.
Julia, that brings me to the question, and I'm not sure if you got a sense for this talking to some of the supporters there, but if you did, resentment might be a bit of a strong word, but do you get a sense there's some negativity pointed in his direction because some of the down ballot races did not perform as well as they had hoped to, and that he might have had a negative drag on the Republican ticket?
Not at all, no. People were still holding out hope for the presidential race and down the ballot as well, and just, cheering him on. It was a very positive tone of the concession speech and of his supporters around him. They were rallying him on, telling him to keep his head held high. So I don't think anyone was pointing fingers or pointing blame. And a question similar to that was asked to Robinson's campaign strategist, and he said, no polls have shown that Robinson has affected the presidential race. We see now that Trump is projected to win North Carolina, and they don't believe Robinson affected anyone else's race. And so that was their stance on things, and I think supporters felt the same way.
Yeah, certainly so. Very interesting to see where this goes from here. Obviously, with the political future up in the air for Mark Robinson. Julia, we appreciate that and the perspective you've been able to give us. So obviously, the path to victory has narrowed for the Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll have to see with North Carolina being called. There's still a lot of swing states out there. I think 6 of 7 that still need to be.
Really needs Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If she can't get Pennsylvania, it's going to get her math. It becomes almost impossible.
Yeah.
And that is one we should be hearing, you would think, in the next hour or two, as far as the western states, of course, are going to take it longer because they're out west. But she needs Pennsylvania. She needs it bad.
Yeah.
So
otherwise.
All right. Tradisha Woodard, she's standing by. She's been speaking to Republicans throughout the day in Raleigh. You know what, Tradisha? A mixed bag for Republicans. They did not get the governor's race, but here in North Carolina, they got the president, and they got at least a good part of Council of State, and it looks like they might hold on to their supermajority in the General Assembly.
That's right, Ben. It's been a long day, but I will tell you, folks here are still upbeat. They're still happy. They have their shirts on. They still have hope. I'm going to get Banny to just pan over to show you exactly what we're seeing here. Folks have moved from the room where originally we're holding the event. They're now standing in the middle of the lobby, just talking to their friends, grabbing shirts, buying hats, but still on edge. Like I said, we do still have those 2 key races sitting in limbo. You have Attorney General, it's been a long night, North Carolina Superintendent, both really tight races. A lot of folks highlighting some of their concerns here tonight. They're glued to the TV screens, folks looking up that way. You have other folks sitting over here on the couch looking at the screens this way, wanting to make sure they catch that moment, glued to their phones, looking at the numbers coming in one by one. It's a very critical race. Folks say this is going to be a make or break, especially when it comes to the education system. A lot of them still, though, very optimistic that things will work out in their favor tonight. So we're just hanging out, waiting on the numbers to come in. Of course, we'll be sure to keep you guys updated as we learn more. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Tradisha. An interesting race that we've been watching is Jeff Jackson, Dan Bishop, the race for Attorney General, which has been an interesting one. Didn't think that would be called.
Yeah, I know. It's, 2 local Charlotte area lawmakers. Jeff Jackson became famous as a state senator. Dan Bishop was a county commissioner back in the day, 15 years ago. Each have taken their own path to where they are right now. Both congressmen serving the Charlotte area, both now wanting to be Attorney General. And it looks like Dan Bishop has conceded. The AP has now called it for Jeff Jackson. We're anticipating we'll be hearing from Jeff Jackson. He's up in Raleigh along with the state Democratic Party, where Josh Stein gave his victory speech as well. So we're expecting to hear from Jeff Jackson in the next few minutes. He has said that when he becomes Attorney General, fighting the fentanyl crisis will be his top priority.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm curious because we brought up the fact about unaffiliated voters, and we're seeing kind of different races go different ways. You had a segment on Flashpoint where you talked about the hazards of kind of looking at early voting and trying to, project stuff with it.
People are trying to read the tea leaves through early voting, and the thing is, what early voting can tell you is you had a decent turnout. Here in North Carolina, bigger than 4 years ago. But when you have a third of your electorate that's unaffiliated voters, you can't predict what those people are going to do. They're not going to vote one way or the other, so it makes it difficult.
All right, we've popped up on NBC News. We want to tell you we're going to go back to WCNC Plus. We'll continue to stream. We appreciate you watching here on WCNC. All right, so now we'll continue our stream, obviously dumping out of programming on NBC. Continue kind of what you were saying there.
I'm glad you guys knew what was happening right there. Hey, it's nearly
all
midnight.
a big pretzel.
I'm not responsible anymore at this point. I'm usually asleep 4 hours ago.
We appreciate you being here.
No. So it's just hard to predict what voters are going to do when they don't have a party affiliation. And so you know what the Democrats are going to do. They're usually going to vote for the Democrats, Republicans. But when you have a third of the electorate, now. Unaffiliated are the biggest group of voters in Mecklenburg County and the biggest group of voters in North Carolina right now. And you see that same sentiment when you look at the straight ticket voting that's really not happening anymore.
Yeah.
You have them voting for Donald Trump as president, but Josh Stein as governor, and Rachel Hunt as lieutenant governor, and Jeff Jackson as attorney general. But then you have several other council of state like Treasurer Brad Breiner's Republican. You got Luke Farley, Republican. Commissioner of Labor as well. So people don't vote straight ticket like they used to.
I think it also highlights the work the Republicans have done to try and get other folks that may be unaffiliated, maybe they're disenfranchised with the Democrats. They've done a lot of work to try and shore up their Republican roster. So it seems to be working here in North Carolina. I called it a phenomenon earlier. It probably isn't, but it's interesting to see that it's not just all Democrats or Republicans.
It's definitely a shift.
Certainly is. Yeah.
All right, so we continue to keep an eye on a podium. It sounds like the podium has vanished briefly, so we're going to stand by for.
I'll go over to the wall.
The wall?
Let's look at some numbers.
Okay.
We're vamping right now.
When in doubt, go to
Feeling
the
spicy at the wall. All right.
Exactly. Why not? So, folks, here's where we stand right now. If you're just now joining us and you're refusing to fall asleep because you want to see the answers, we don't blame you. North Carolina called for Donald Trump at this point. This is the phenomenon I was talking about just a second ago. It is, if you go down the line, you have a Republican presidential candidate chosen, but then you have a Democrat governor, and then you have a Democrat lieutenant governor, and then you have a Democrat attorney general, and then you have a Democrat public instruction. We don't have some of the other council of state, but as you go down them, several of them are Republican winners, it looks like at this point. And then it looks like in the General Assembly, they're going to hold on to their Republican supermajority as well. A winner there in District 73. Looks like Democrats might edge out this one in District 98. And then it looks like Republicans are going to hold on to Tricia Cotham's seat. So you just don't have straight ticket voting like you used to. Let's go back out to the electoral map as it stands right now as we approach the midnight hour, just about 7 minutes away. Stands right now, Trump was still 230 electoral votes, Harris 205. This is why she's got to get Pennsylvania, because if she does not get Pennsylvania, it becomes increasingly difficult. Because if Donald Trump gets it, he gets up to 249 at that point, and you still expect that he will, if he gets Georgia, something like that, he's at 265 at that point, so he's getting very, very close at this point. We are expected to hear from Jeff Jackson just before midnight at his victory speech up in Raleigh. Again, winning attorney general from Congressman here in Charlotte. Let's take a listen.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Thank you. We've got some good news for you. It was close, but we won. It's been a long campaign, a lot of miles traveled, a lot of time away from family, but now seeing the returns come in, the support from across the state is overwhelming. To every voter who supported us in this election, thank you. It means the world to us. And to every person in this state, whether you voted for me or not, it will be an incredible honor to serve as your next Attorney General, and I will give this job everything that I've got. The Attorney General's job is to be a shield for those in harm's way, whether it's violent crime, folks pushing fentanyl into communities, scammers going after your bank account, people polluting the air or the water. It will be my job to stand up to them on your behalf. I look forward to getting started, and I'm especially looking forward to joining the dedicated public servants at the North Carolina Department of Justice in that mission. And I would like you to meet our family. This is Hayden. This is Avery. This is Owen. This is my wife, Marissa. Please say hello to them for me. We ran this campaign together, but that still meant spending a lot of time apart. Making it to this moment and sharing it with them is one of the best moments of my life. I'm so happy that they could be here, that we were all willing to stay up late to celebrate this moment together. And it's something I'll never forget. Will you please join me in thanking them for the sacrifice they made for this campaign? And now for our campaign team. Our campaign team was small but mighty. Behind everything that voters saw from this campaign was a group of incredibly hardworking, upbeat, and just truly talented people who decided to give this effort every bit of focus and energy that they have. I'm so grateful for every one of them. They deserve all the credit in the world, and a bunch of them, actually almost all of them, are in the room with you right now. Will you join me in thanking them? I'd also like to congratulate our current Attorney General and our next Governor, Josh Stein. Josh set a powerful example for how to do the work of Attorney General with integrity and with a focus on keeping people safe. His work holding opioid manufacturers accountable was historic. He leaves a proud legacy as a great Attorney General. His work has raised the bar for what people will expect from me, and I welcome that. And to our Governor and former Attorney General, Roy Cooper, thank you for your support. Thank you for your leadership for our state, and it's my intention to bring the same level of integrity to this job that you did. We are still waiting on the outcome of a lot of elections, so I just want to say this. What I suspected to be true at the beginning of the campaign proved to be true during the campaign, which is that what most people are looking for in elected officials is a simple set of values: honesty, decency, integrity, being a basically reasonable person who actually cares about other people. I firmly believe that's the way forward. It isn't a slogan, it isn't a faction, it isn't outrage. It's simple, straightforward public service. That's how I plan to do this job, and I can't tell you how excited I am to get started. Thank you so much.
Well, some interesting comments there by the new Attorney General here of North Carolina. Sounds like he is eager and ready to get to work.
Yep. He took a moment to shout out Josh Stein, also, as we mentioned, who's going to be the next governor of North Carolina. In a really interesting night with races going all sorts of ways.
With swing states still that have not been called, but at least North Carolina has. So we're rounding out our stream here on WCNC Plus. It's been a night of fun, couple of hours of fun.
Yes, on behalf of Ben Thompson, who is getting geared up for the next day, which is actually already upon us in just a couple of seconds. Colin Mayfield here, Vanessa Rufus, thanks so much for tuning into WCNC Plus and Decision 2024 coverage. It continues now. We'll continue to run some results there, and we'll just have coverage all morning.
Absolutely. Streaming continues. Thanks for joining us so far.
Time now to connect the dots. When we
Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians, and I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. Thank you. Thank you. I've got an easy question, and I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask y'all anyway. Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone. Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid. And where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, but we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children. We can expand career and technical education because you shouldn't have to go to college to provide for your own family. To build this brighter future, we must put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today, Sam, Adam, and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
Thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And we thank him a double portion tonight. I can tell you this right now, the window of opportunity for us winning this race is closing quick, folks. We realize what we're up against. We realized what we were up against from the very beginning. We knew that we were ordinary, just an ordinary person getting in this for the right reasons, to fight for the people of North Carolina, to make effective change. You know, it doesn't seem like it's going our way tonight. But it's always going our way. Because it's going the right way. Whether people want it to or not, people of faith know it's going to go the right way. Because we've read the back of the book. We know how this all comes to an end. Those who would promote evil and promote wrong and call it right, they do not win. They may prosper for a season, but in the end, we win. So I'm standing here now, and I'm not sad one lick. I'm a little disappointed. I'm disappointed for you, because I wanted this so bad for you. I wanted this for the people of North Carolina, not for me. I wanted it for them. I wanted to represent them. I wanted to take their issues before the folks of North Carolina and really have those issues addressed. Not for the purposes of climbing a political ladder, but for the purposes of fighting for the people in the state that I love. But it was not to be, it appears. And I can tell you this, we're not going to stop here, folks. We don't stop here. We've got a lot of work still to do as Lieutenant Governor. We've got a lot of work to do in Western North Carolina to continue to help those folks to get back to full normal. We've got a lot of work still to do in the sphere of education in these last 2 months. We've got a lot of work to do still for the people of North Carolina. We're going to do it with great energy. We're going to do it with the same intensity that we've been doing it for the last 3.5, almost 4 years. You know, I'm standing here now, folks, and guess where my head is? My head is held high. And the reason why my head is held high is because I ran a race where I did not have to lie. I did not have to tell half-truths. I did not have to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars demonizing anyone. I simply traveled this state, told people about my vision, told the people of North Carolina that I have an unabiding faith in them. And told the people of North Carolina as well, it will not be the government that will build this state, it will be you. That is the message that we deliver to the people of this state. A true message of real hope, a real future, where every single solitary North Carolinian can make a great living. My wife and I will now take our time. I'll work these last 2 months as Lieutenant Governor. I'll continue to do what I need to do for the people of the state of North Carolina. And after the beginning of the year, I'm going to spend some time with my grandchildren. They are getting older, and so am I. And so we'll spend some time with family, and we'll assess, and we'll move forward from there. But, you know, I want to leave you with a quote from an often demonized politician who said something quite profound as he was resigning from office. He said, we think sometimes when things don't go good for us, when we lose an election or someone dear to us dies, that all is ended. It's not true. It's only a beginning, always. Because the greatness comes, not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes when you're really tested, when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to stand on the highest mountain. Folks, I have stood on the highest mountain. Going from being a factory worker to being the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina has been the honor of my lifetime. Now I'm proud to stand in front of so many supporters and have so many votes cast for me by people who have confidence in me. It's not about the lies. It's not about the half-truths. It's about the people who believe in you. And it's about the state that you love, the state that I fully intend to continue to serve for the next 2 months. And who knows, maybe in the future once again, somewhere in office. Who knows? I don't know. But we're going to take our time. We're going to assess. We're going to spend time with family. Before I leave this stage, though, I want to say to each and every person I'm looking at right now, I see so many faces I can't name them all. I love each and every one of you. Not only have you added value to this campaign, you have added value to my life as friends, as supporters. The one thing I have not done this entire time in this campaign is shed tears. And I will not shed tears tonight. I stand here strong and proud, glad to have run a race that was upright and decent, while others around me refused to do so. So we leave this place tonight with our head held high. And the only disappointment that I have inside of me is the disappointment that you all feel. Because I know so many of you want it so bad to see nothing but victory tonight. But remember, victory is pleasing God. Victory is pleasing God. And sometimes in order to please God, you have to lose in the sight of man. So God bless you all. Thank y'all so much for everything that you've done for me. We love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We've got some good news for you. It was close, but we won. It's been a long campaign, a lot of miles traveled, a lot of time away from family, but now seeing the returns come in, the support from across the state is overwhelming. To every voter who supported us in this election, thank you. It means the world to us. And to every person in this state, whether you voted for me or not, it will be an incredible honor to serve as your next Attorney General, and I will give this job everything that I've got. The Attorney General's job is to be a shield for those in harm's way, whether it's violent crime, folks pushing fentanyl into communities, scammers going after your bank account, people polluting the air or the water. It will be my job to stand up to them on your behalf. I look forward to getting started, and I'm especially looking forward to joining the dedicated public servants at the North Carolina Department of Justice in that mission. And I would like you to meet our family. This is Hayden. This is Avery. This is Owen. This is my wife, Marissa. Please say hello to them for me. We ran this campaign together, but that still meant spending a lot of time apart. Making it to this moment and sharing it with them is one of the best moments of my life. I'm so happy that they could be here, that we were all willing to stay.
I just wanted to point out that our map is just getting updated, and as I say it, it has been updated. You see the red now, Georgia filled in red if you're watching at home. Georgia projected for Donald Trump. NBC News projects Georgia to go into his column. It's the second battleground state of the night to be formally called for the former president. And
now he just needs 24 more electoral college votes to get to 270.
This is the part of the night when you start looking over this way.
We want to bring in the panel, guys. What do you think about that? I see Deanna smiling real happy over there. Deanna smiling real happy. You thought this is what was going to happen. You were just waiting for NBC to say it.
Yes, thank you.
We want to pull the map up as you react to it. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, you know, we've had a long way to come. 2020 was not what we expected. This is a really good comeback story for Republicans, really good for Donald Trump. Georgia looks different than it did last year, just a bit. And, you know, in my mind, I want to see how, as Republicans, we can move forward to really chop away at these metro areas and reduce the Democrat count there and bring some of those folks over into our tent and see what that looks like.
Val, from the Democrats' perspective, what went wrong in Georgia?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the map right now. I mean, I think you're missing a few counties that went blue in 2020 that are in the middle Georgia area. You know, I think part of it was the pandemic that definitely helped President Biden in Georgia. I think folks wanted to change at that point, but it might be the case that now folks wanted another change. And so, you know, Georgia, I really do pride ourselves on our state. We really do. Candidates matter in Georgia, big time. And so it matters what the message is. It matters how frequently you reach out to them. And I think, you know, I think at the end of the day, as it shows, you know, the majority of people agreed with former President Donald Trump.
And we've been talking all night long. The metro Atlanta counties are a real emphasis point for Democrats traditionally, but also especially in this cycle for Republicans as well. I want to take a look at Fulton County's results here, and then we're going to go out to Grace King, who is live in Fulton County. So Grace, stand by for just a moment. 91% of the estimated total vote is now in and reported in Fulton County. Kamala Harris taking about 72% of the vote in Fulton County. Donald Trump taking about 27% of the vote. Compare that to 2020. And similar margins, Donald Trump overperforming just a touch his results from 2020. Let's go to Grace King now, live in Fulton County. Grace, what are you seeing right now?
What?
I'm going to throw some sandbags down.
Grace, I don't know if you can hear us. If you can, we want to go out to you. Good. We want to go out to you right now. We just shared the Fulton County results on screen, the latest that we have. What are you seeing from your end?
Well, all the votes are in just about an hour after Fulton County's 11 p.m. goal. All the leaders told us they're thrilled with how smoothly this went, both at the polls and here at the Elections Hub and Operations Center. They tallied more than 500,000 votes here in just about 5 hours, a lot faster than they had in 2020. That's because of this new warehouse where they were able to bring in all the votes instead of having multiple locations across the county. That led to some delays and just a lot more questions about how fast ballots would be cast. But here it's under one roof. This is where they brought all of the memory cards, where they unzipped all of the memory cards, scanning those votes, handing them into the computers. Everyone got to watch as they put those memory cards into the computers to count those votes and see the results in real time as they fed out. Again, it was like 12:02, 12:03, right after midnight, when they were able to say, hey, we're done for the night with all of those early votes, with all of those absentee, and of course the in-person voting today. There are still some provisional ballots outstanding. They'll get to those later on in the week, but for now they're packing up and they sent everyone home for the night.
So Grace, if you can hear us, we'd love to get a question in here. I mean, a lot different than what we saw in 2020. First of all, I think it's incredible that they were able to count 500,000 votes in 5 hours. That is just beyond. Congratulations, and thank you to all of the election workers that have been working really hard. But are you seeing any type of, are you hearing from the election workers of what went differently in 2020 to this year? Any word of that tonight?
Well, of course, there was a lot more early voting that came in. So the early voting that could be counted right at 7 o'clock. They didn't have to wait for the memory cards to be transported from the early voting. That was all in-house, waiting to be counted right at 7 o'clock. So that let them get that kind of running start when the polls closed. And then really the centralized warehouse, they said. They had a couple different locations in 2020, but here everything came to this one spot. They had the same people doing everything. So they really had that process down, and because it was only one spot, they were able to get to everything a lot faster.
It seems like some small changes led to some really good progress there in Fulton County. Grace King, thank you so much for bringing that live to us. And thank you for being live with us all night. We really appreciate it. We're bringing in our panel here because, as we have said before, NBC has called GOP control of the Senate. But we want to break that down a little bit and pull up the map and dive a little deep into it.
And that is actually new, and this is what happens when we get a lot of data coming in. The AP called it earlier in the evening. NBC just making their projection right now. NBC has called GOP control of the United States Senate. You take a look at the number right now.
Yep,
Republicans picking up 2 seats. Democrats losing 2 seats in the Senate here. This is a pretty pivotal swing of power. This means if the results hold in the House, we don't know how things are going to shake out in the House right now, but going into this election, Republicans had a majority in the House of Representatives. Democrats controlled the Senate. Now, if things hold in the House, that means that Republicans will control both chambers of Congress. Val, what does that mean?
I think that means that the Republicans that are elected now feel that they have a mandate, right? They hold all branches of government. And I think that they're going to do what they need to do to get President Trump's agenda through.
Deanna, what do you think? And again, we want to caveat and say that no winner in the presidential race has been called yet.
Right.
But just taking a look at what we know right now with the balance of power in the United States Senate, how could this shake up the dynamic of power in our nation's capital?
And very rarely does this happen, right? So this really gives Congress an opportunity to do something, right? Because this is what voters want. They want to see some action. They want to see policy made. They want to see changes. They want them to make a difference in what's going on in our daily lives. So with this being the case of us currently having Senate control and possibly still keeping the House.
Which is a good time to let's transition over and see the state of play in House right now. Still a lot of seats that are yet to be called here. So control of the United States House of Representatives still up in the air.
Right.
But Deanna and Val, you're both getting something important. We don't know the outcome overall of this election just yet, but is there a possibility that we're seeing a sea change in American politics?
I don't know if it's a sea change. You know, we kind of saw it happen in 2016. Folks wanted to change then. They voted for President Trump. I think 2020 rolled around and it was, okay, we're in a hopefully once in a lifetime scenario. They decided to want to change at that point. And I think it's kind of, I don't know if normalized or stabilized is kind of the question, but it seems like folks are trending in a certain direction, especially if the House, Senate, and the presidency all go to the Republicans.
And here's another indication. I just want to bring this in. We just received news that Vice President Harris, NBC is reporting Vice President Harris will not speak tonight. She is planning to speak tomorrow. We're taking a look in our studio. We have some images from NBC right now at her watch party. It looks like people are leaving. They're dismantling. You saw the head of the DNC, Jamie, come up there on the stage and say something. We did not hear what he was saying, but now it does look like that watch party is over and people are filing out of the campus of Howard University. I mean, this could be an indication of where things are going tonight. The race has not been called. Some key battleground states we're still looking at here: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, not called yet, but after 2 huge calls, North Carolina and Georgia. And if we could pull up the map to show where
our key states here.
Key states here.
Let's take a look, because
it could be an indication tonight.
And what we're seeing right now from Vice President Kamala Harris's watch party in the nation's capital mirrors what we saw earlier tonight in the Georgia Democrats' watch party. Earlier tonight, you've seen Jonathan Martin there all evening long, and he may well have been one of the last few people in that ballroom because supporters started clearing out maybe an hour or 2 ago, and now you're seeing at Howard University, Vice President Kamala Harris's supporters clearing out there.
Do we have live pictures of that, everyone, in the back that we could take?
And maybe we can cue that up. Let's look at the data now, which explains why you may be seeing this. This is our map, our tally rather, of the key states, the key battleground states in this race. We're going to do a quick tour. It's not hard to figure out what's happening here. A lot of red. And I want to start talking about race by race. But if you're the Kamala Harris campaign, there's a reason that the co-chair of the campaign came out at Howard University just a few moments ago and told supporters to head home, told supporters that the vice president will not be speaking this evening. And there we go. We have a live look right in.
And maybe we could key up a side-by-side just to see if we're able to do that, guys. I know we've been working really hard to bring this to everyone, but you're seeing the grounds of Howard University right there moments ago. I mean, the place was packed, people were dancing, and then
clearing out fast.
Democratic chair came up and said that the vice president would not be speaking tonight, an indication of how the night's been going, a night that came in full of optimism. Peter Alexander on NBC saying that he spoke with somebody and asked about a vibe check. They said it's not good. Not good right now. So this is just an indication of what we're seeing right there in Washington, D.C. And if we do have live pictures of Florida where the former president is speaking, we can just kind of compare the vibe check, if you will, ourselves.
And while we're doing that, I think that's an important segue, because if you're a Democrat and you're seeing these pictures, you're not happy to see them. If you're a Republican, you're looking at these images from former President Donald Trump's watch party. Boy, that side-by-side tells a whole lot of the story right now. A lot of excitement. And we said going into the evening, no matter who wins tonight, history will be made. Former President Donald Trump will be one of the very few American presidents to take office, to serve one term, to lose, and then if things track as they're looking right now, and we want to be careful here because the ultimate winner of this race has not yet been called. We want to underline that. This race overall not yet been called. But if the former president becomes a president-elect, it's a historic moment that we're watching in real time here. Again, we don't know if that will be the case or not, but if you're watching on the left-hand side of your screen here, you're seeing a whole lot of folks who have hoped and who have, many of them, worked, and now many of them are anticipating that becoming the case.
And Deanna, I wanted to bring you in on this. I mean, is this an indication you're seeing one locally and one in D.C., 2 watch parties just kind of dismantling before 1 a.m. here? Several states still not called, but I mean, this could be an indication. What are you reading into this, looking at this side by side right now?
Well, as you call it, the vibe check is there. As you can see, President Trump's event is packed. I mean, they're shoulder to shoulder out there in their MAGA hats, looking very excited. Vice President Harris's events are clearing out. Even here in Georgia, it was basically empty when we went back to it, and now her headquarters event is also emptying out as well. So this just shows you that they're keeping track of what's going on, and since Vice President Harris isn't making any remarks, they're just going to assume that things aren't necessarily going their way.
Val, you see these images. You've worked in Democratic politics for a long time now. What goes through your mind when you see this split screen?
I mean, look, people want to come to these parties. They want, like, by 10 o'clock, you know, you're at 52% and the numbers keep going up. The elections nowadays are because I mean, I remember in 2018, you know, we waited until like maybe 3 a.m. to figure out that we had picked up about 16 House seats. And so, you know, I think that a lot of Democrats really dig into the numbers. And so if they're looking at numbers like this, and everybody at this point is scrolling on Twitter 24/7. So yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, it is a disappointing to see these numbers at this point. And I think, you know, you've been standing out there since, you know, 7, 8 o'clock. It's now almost 1 in the morning.
And I think the numbers in Georgia can really indicate, or really indicative of what we're seeing across the country, different than what we saw in 2020. While the race is close, you're talking about a 2 to 3 percentage point difference. It's not a 0.2% difference. It's not a 12,000 vote difference. It looks as if the Republicans, the Trump campaign, their push for early voting worked here. It looks as if people took advantage of the 2 weeks to 3 weeks, whatever they had, or in Georgia, 2 weeks, but around the country, took advantage of going in, voting early in person, using those absentee ballots. And you're talking now with 94% of that estimated vote here in Georgia. The state is called, but once again, 94% of the estimated vote in. 127,000 difference. Kamala Harris behind by 127,000.
And you two are reacting here because you know how much more close things were in 2020. Just about 11,800 votes separated Joe Biden and Donald Trump back in 2020. Almost a 10x, almost a 10x boost in the margin. As of 12:52 a.m. this morning, Donald Trump up substantially over Kamala Harris in Georgia, which is a state that has been called for Donald Trump. We can keep on this split screen as long as we like. If we want to go back to the map, just let me know. And I think we are going to go back to the map in a moment. I think it's a good time to talk about our nationwide picture. There we are. Good timing, guys. Let's take a look here. So, Deanna, I know that you are a Republican, and I know that you want to see this race called for former President Donald Trump, but I think it's sometimes illustrative to have folks discuss the counterfactual. So let me put this question to you. What is the path left for Democrats right now?
Well, she'd have to...
It sounds like you're struggling to see one.
Yes, but, you know, Pennsylvania, Michigan, you know, those would be big wins for her. Arizona would be a big win for her. As of right now, it doesn't look like it's going in that direction, but those would be the line items that she would really need.
And I was just going to bring up the numbers from Pennsylvania and Michigan right now.
Yeah, and we'll draw it up here too.
92% of it in.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, look.
Trump up by 51% of the vote.
Does that say 220?
220,000 votes.
We were looking at the same number, yes.
Pennsylvania, 90% in now, 220,000 vote advantage. Former President Donald Trump.
Deanna, are you trying to rub that into foul?
I'm not
Is that what that
was?
We are
like
still.
Trump did the LeBron James on them, you know.
Well, and the race still yet to be called. We are waiting to hear from the former president, who should be taking the podium in West Palm Beach at his election night watch party momentarily. Again, stay with us because as soon as he steps up to that podium, we will take you live to West Palm Beach. Fal, as we look at these numbers, let's talk about the blue wall here. Let's talk about the blue wall states that have yet to be called. We see Pennsylvania first off here. Let's talk about that because we've been talking about it all night. And the candidates have been talking about it and talking in that state for many weeks and many days and many months now. Yeah. Donald Trump with a pretty commanding lead with 90% of the vote in Pennsylvania at 12:55 a.m. Is this the picture you expected in Pennsylvania?
I expected a tighter margin. To be honest with you, it was kind of like a horse race. That's what it was feeling like before tonight, where it just kind of felt like, you know, one day you know, one nose was out and then the next one, and it just was they were kind of jockeying to get into the but I mean, a 220,000 vote margin with 90% reporting. I mean, that's something that's
they
pretty
call
incredible.
it a landslide.
I think they call it a landslide when it's been called.
Okay.
That's right.
But you hold that thought.
Okay.
We're not in the predicting the future business.
Okay.
I think we have a new beef growing here in our last hours between Zach and Mark.
No, certainly not. We just want to be really clear-eyed. We want to be clear-eyed about what we're saying, what we're projecting, and what we know and what we think, because those are two important but different things.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a huge difference, though.
And it's
it's
much
night and day.
It's a wider margin than you'd expect if you're somebody. You guys are very close politics watchers, but especially if you're somebody who has just been hearing, "Wow, it's really close." Wow, the polls say it's really close. When you start to see 220,000 vote advantage in Pennsylvania with 90% reporting, when you start to see 213,000 vote margin advantage to Donald Trump in Michigan with about 60% of the estimated total in. When you see Georgia called by earlier than 1 a.m. for Donald Trump. When you see Arizona, the closest on the map here, but about a 12,000 vote margin advantage to former President Donald Trump there, you are seeing a pretty wide margin of, we're not going to say victory yet because these races haven't been called, but margin of advantage, right, Deanna?
Right. And something interesting about Michigan is where they were, you know, this last election, they went blue, and then there's such a large margin here today. I think a lot of the voters really resonated with the message that President Trump brought forth with manufacturing and fracking, and basically keeping those jobs here in the States. And that was something that's really important to that area.
And you really talk about mobilizing those voters on the Harris campaign, trying to bring out those same voters that Biden had. Looking at Pennsylvania in 2020, when that race was called, Biden took 50% of that vote. Trump was about 2 points behind him at 48%, about a point and a half, 48.8% of the vote. And looking now at the map, race has not been called, but Harris is sitting at 47%.
And hang on here for just a moment here as we talk about races being called. We have a new state to project. NBC News projects that Vice President Kamala Harris will carry New Mexico and its 5 electoral votes.
Okay.
Again, if you're just tuning in or if you're just perking up because it is a late night, NBC News now projects that New Mexico and its 5 electoral votes will go to Vice President Kamala Harris. Our map here will update momentarily, but we can tell you New Mexico, there's 5 electoral votes, are now in Vice President Kamala Harris's tally, according to a projection by NBC News.
And she had a pretty good lead on there, 51% to 46%. But not a big electoral vote bump there, just 5. Compared to in the fact that she is still trailing in some of the biggest states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, who has a Democratic governor who really been stomping very, very hard for her, even here in Georgia and across the country.
Was almost her vice presidential pick.
Would that have made a difference?
Boy, Deanna, that is an excellent. This is why we bring you guys on. Fal, I want to get your thoughts on that. Do you think, at this point in the night, it's just shy of 1 a.m. on the East Coast, do you think that Pennsylvania would be in the same place it is right now, and I want to bring up its most current results, do you think Pennsylvania would be in the same place it is right now if Vice President Kamala Harris had chosen Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro instead of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz?
I mean, I think the margin might have been a little tighter. I mean, again, 217,000 votes is a lot. But I mean, to the point, too, you have Minnesota that's still outstanding, and you have Governor Walz who's on the ticket. So I'm not 100% sure that would have made a difference there.
Deanna, what do you make of that?
I don't know. I think Shapiro's a fan favorite, right? So he would have maybe received a different response to the voters than Walz did.
Is this the part of the night where I think in American politics sometimes we tend to, at the end of a campaign, no matter how it ends, the winning side, we look back on it and we think they made all the right calls. And the side that loses, the political intelligentsia looks back and says, you guys made all the mistakes.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Shoulda, coulda, wouldas.
Hindsight's always 20/20.
And you two both are savvy, experienced political experts. Is that really the story, or is it a whole lot more complex than that, Val?
Oh, it's a lot more complex than that. Look, I think, you're always gonna sit there and Monday night quarterbacking.
I think Monday morning.
Yeah, Monday morning
night
quarterbacking.
is when the game is.
That's right, Monday morning quarterbacking. But I think that you watch the campaigns make these decisions. The Harris campaign and the Trump campaign. I mean, they were crisscrossing every target state or every battleground state, excuse me. And I mean, they were just coming in and pouring money. I mean, you couldn't go 5 seconds on YouTube without seeing a political ad. And or getting a text message, or a phone call, or mail.
So many text
or
messages.
TV commercial.
Raise your hand if you feel like you're a victim of text messages.
A victim.
Big time.
And we want to, we got a little bit more breaking news here, perhaps a tad redundant, but we want to bring it to you, as we want to bring all the latest information to you. We know that NBC has already projected Georgia. The Associated Press has now called Georgia for former President Donald Trump as well. So we're keeping Georgia red on the map here, as it has been.
Still a lot of states too close to call, Zach. Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nevada, Arizona, which is very tight right now, 49.9 to 49.2, 11 electoral votes up for grabs, 52% of that vote in. But the vibe check, as we said, is not great on the Harris campaign, according to folks on that side.
And the thing that really jumps out to me when I look at this map, a lot of it is what you'd expect to still be on the board at this time of the night. It's mostly our battleground states here: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. 2 of the 7 battleground states, North Carolina and Georgia, have been called, but you'd expect a number of that core 7 to still be in play right now. What is surprising to me is that Minnesota is still too close to call at 1:03 a.m. on the East. In the East, I should say.
It might be some of the reporting, because they still only have 65% of the numbers in. She is about 3.5 points ahead in that race right now. And, I thought we were going to something. She's about 3.5% up in Minnesota with 65% of the vote in. Val, what are you checking at?
I'm looking at the Minnesota map and the counties that are reporting. Seems like there's a few, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 7 that are still no results. I see a scattering of blue.
Looks very red.
Looks very red. But what I want to see is here's Carver County. It's around St. Paul, and that looks like a Democratic stronghold.
I think what may be more surprising is just that we're doing this kind of county by county examination of Minnesota at this point in the night, but perhaps a good moment to reset here, because we are getting new results in as we speak all throughout the night still. And we should note right now, speaking of getting new information and new results in, we are getting word right now that former President Donald Trump's motorcade has left his home at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. We do not know where it is going, but we can anticipate that he is headed from Mar-a-Lago to his nearby West Palm Beach campaign watch party, where he is expected to address his supporters and address the nation momentarily. Again, as soon as he takes the podium, we will be carrying his remarks live. Faith?
We also know that Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is going to be holding a presser at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you were with us about an hour ago, Rebecca Lindstrom was the last one to leave the office, saying that they were locking the doors, but the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, will be having a presser tomorrow at 10 a.m. And we were talking about, you're looking at the map here, the states that are not highlighted red or blue, the state not called yet, those that are highlighted in yellow, those are the key battleground states. The one that is not a battleground state, but was, I'm sure the Harris campaign would hope to go to Harris and probably be called by now, is Minnesota. That is Governor Tim Walz's state. And right now that state has not been called. Those electoral votes are still up for grabs.
And maybe a good moment here now. Let's reset. Let's take a look at our. Deanna, you're looking at some data. What are you seeing right now?
Looks like Minnesota.
Well, it looks like in comparison to 2020 and 2024, there's a huge difference on the counties that President Biden was able to win.
You're talking about in Minnesota here.
Yes, that's correct. And so currently, the way that the 2024 map looks, it looks like that President Trump might steal Minnesota from the team.
So far, no projection in Minnesota, but our political insiders here breaking down the data, going county by county, and you two are seeing some signs that Governor Tim Walz's home state may be up for grabs here still tonight. Let's take a moment and reset, take a look at the current state of play in our key states, our key battleground states here. We're going to run through the numbers as Deanna and Fal keep crunching the data that they're looking at as well. We want to bring you all, if you're watching, if you've been with us throughout the evening, thank you for staying with us. Let's get you some results. Let's take a look here, what we're seeing in some of the key battleground states around the country. Starting at the top here. Let's look right here. Arizona, the closest matchup we're seeing on the board still right now in the battleground states, with about a 13,000 vote margin ahead for former President Donald Trump, with about half of the total votes in the state reporting. Georgia has been called for former President Donald Trump. He sits at about 120,000 vote majority, or rather a vote margin, a positive margin here in Georgia.
A lot different than 2020.
Very much different, 10 times the size of the margin back in 2020 when the race was decided by about 11,000 votes. Right now, with 94% of the vote in, Donald Trump up by about 126,000 votes. And the state, unlike in 2020, this time called for Donald Trump. We keep moving down our list here of battlegrounds, and these are the ones that you really want to keep your eye on, in addition to Minnesota that we've been talking about throughout the evening, and we will continue to bring you as many breaking updates as we can from there. Let's look at Michigan here. Not yet called. Only 60% of the estimated total vote reporting, but Donald Trump right now with a 225,000 vote margin lead. We are looking now, if you're watching, watch your screen. We are taking live images. We are taking live images from the Donald Trump campaign watch party, where we are told that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in the building. I think we're seeing a photo of him or the crowd there.
It looks like he's speaking to the gentleman in a cowboy hat. We've been told that you're looking at the back of RFK Jr.'s head. And we know that he once wanted to hold the position of commander-in-chief, suspending his campaign and throwing his support behind former President Donald Trump in hopes to have some type of prominent position in a Trump administration if Trump is elected as president. Deanna, we want to get your reaction again to the live images that we are seeing here out of Florida. We are hearing that the former president making his way from Mar-a-Lago to this convention center in West Palm. Not too long of a drive at 109. I'm sure he has his police escort, so it'll be a very swift ride over. But it looks like a celebration party, Deanna.
And it's really exciting to see so many people there, and to see that RFK Jr. is there to support President Trump. It'll be interesting to see him on the administration. I think that's something that he's really looking forward to. And in my mind, I also think that a lot of his voters have even, which are more independent voters, have kind of moved over to vote for the Republican ticket.
And I was going to ask you, I mean, we're seeing this red wave, if you will, right now. The race has not been called, but we are seeing a significant lead.
Very
a significant lead. How much of an impact do you believe? And we are also seeing images of Tucker Carlson, some other faces of the Trump campaign that we've seen throughout that have been surrogates for him stumping throughout the state. But I want to ask you, Deanna, how much of an impact do you think RFK Jr.'s endorsement, those voters who wanted a candidate that was not Trump or Harris, but then he getting behind Trump, how much of a bump do you think that might have given him?
It could have been a small number, but as we said before, every vote counts, right? Even if it's just 2,000 votes in this state and another few thousand in another state. And RFK came out and made a whole commercial ad about telling his voters, hey, I know that I'm on the ballot still in this state, but put your vote toward former President Trump so that I can move to be able to go to Washington, D.C. with him. And that was really interesting to see, and ideally it looks like that worked.
There was a moment, as we still continue to watch live images from the West Palm Beach campaign election night watch party for former President Donald Trump. There was a moment not too long ago at a Metro Atlanta rally for former President Donald Trump. We were in Duluth, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. took the stage shortly before former President Donald Trump did, and the crowd broke into chants of Bobby, Bobby, Bobby.
That's cool.
And it really harkened back to the presidential campaign of Robert F. Kennedy Sr. I bring all that up to ask you, Val, we see a scion of a prominent Democratic family in American politics, American political royalty, running for president, running a third-party candidacy, and then endorsing former President Donald Trump. It's been a historic arc to the moment we are at right now. So much has changed, so much has evolved. When we started this campaign, we started covering it at the beginning of the year. Is this how things you expected for them to turn out?
You know, I think in a pre-2016 world, I would have said no. And then after 2016, I would have said, yeah, maybe. It seems like a lot of the traditional rules that, you know, everybody has been taught in political science classes are not completely been thrown out the window, but there has been a lot of difference at this point after that. I mean, 2016 was quote unquote an anomaly, but I think that there are new factors that people are having to witness and have to measure that they just have never had to do that before.
The political laws of gravity changing a little bit, Faith.
That's what it feels like.
And as we look into the watch party there, you're going to see different, it looks like a crowd.
That's
we're
a crowd.
getting a reaction, right? Different images of celebrities. The camera was holding on to the picture of actor John Voight for a while there, a supporter of the former president. He's gotten some other celebrity endorsements. Joe Rogan, who at one point said that he would not endorse, and in fact, he didn't even like the guy, came out and endorsed him. Harrison Ford, Megyn Kelly.
Hulk
Hogan, who was at the RNC,
Georgia.
making a splash at the RNC there. He's getting support, and that iconic "Make America Great Again," the red baseball cap, seen in droves right there in the convention center. I mean, this is a man that we talked to Mark about, or I believe one of our other panelists about, who has faced litigation in several states, outspent by the Harris campaign, and is now, as of this hour, performing better than the Democratic nominee. And I think that does speak to what voters are seeing right now. They are using their vote, as of right now, nothing is called right now, to say that those that have voted right now are saying that they want to distance themselves from the Democrats and move over to the Republican side. If this race is called, then that would be the message from this campaign. But once again, that race not called. You're taking a look at the stage right there in Florida, where in just a few minutes, or maybe 30 minutes, depending on when Mr. Trump wants to get up there, we are expecting to hear him give some remarks.
And when we talk about the march to where we are here, I think, once again, we just want to keep coming back to the results that we're seeing. Right now, we're going to pull up our map in just a moment here. We're going to start at the nationwide electoral map. There it is. Take a look at your screen. A lot of color on this map right now. Most of the states across America have been called, but the race for the White House has not yet been. Here's why. Nevada, still close to call. Arizona, still too close to call. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, rounding out our group of battleground states that are yet to be called. But, and I see our Republican strategist Deanna Harris looking at me now, but Donald Trump, the former president, carrying a fairly commanding lead in all of these battleground states. Let's take a look state by state here. This is our key states, the vote differential in the key battleground states. Here we go, the latest data we have. Arizona, 51% of the estimated total vote is in. This is the closest battleground race we're seeing right now, with Donald Trump up by about 13,000 votes in Arizona. Georgia has been called for former President Donald Trump.
Looks like it went up for Michigan, Zach. You see that?
I'm taking a look right now, and we all are. Michigan at 62% of the estimated total vote. 15 electoral college votes in play in Michigan. The race not yet called, but with 62% of the estimated total vote. 240,000 vote lead for Donald Trump there in Michigan. Nevada, 75% of the estimated total vote is in, still too close to call, but Donald Trump with a more than 30,000 vote lead there, competing for the 6 electoral votes from Nevada. North Carolina called early in the evening for former President Donald Trump, about 98% of the vote in. It's called former President Donald Trump there, and that was a state that some political wonks thought might be in play for Vice President Kamala Harris, but in fact it was the first battleground state to be called. It went for former President Donald Trump. And now we get down to the bottom of our list, but maybe the top of the attention for both the Harris and the Trump campaigns. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes on the board, 19 electoral votes in play, still too close to call, but with 90% of the estimated total vote in, 223,000 vote lead for former President Donald Trump. And then you take a look at Wisconsin, 86% votes are in there, more than 120,000 vote margin tipping right now for the former president. Faith rather?
Oh no, I was just going to say it's certainly a commanding lead. A lot different than what we were seeing 4 years ago, when you had a lot of legal challenges over, a couple thousand votes here, releasing 1,000 votes there. A couple thousand votes isn't going to do much right now. We do know that, like Zach was saying, the estimated total votes are not in, but in a lot of these states, North Carolina's already been called. What is this? Pennsylvania, I can't see. 90% there. Wisconsin, 86%. I just wonder the messaging here throughout the campaign. Some of the Democrats were criticizing the messaging, saying that it was dark, that he was trying to scare people into a vote. I know that there was a commercial here that ran through Georgia with these pretty disturbing images of what they said were immigrants coming into your home, or this is going to be your new neighbors, things like that. But then on the other side, some Republicans said that he is the party. I heard in a story that we did yesterday, Josh McCoon saying that the former president is the president of peace. Do you think the messaging here, clearly the messaging is working, but how do you feel about that tactic, that strategy from the Trump campaign?
I think folks are used to, because again, we have had President Trump on our ballot since 2016. I think they're kind of used to that kind of messaging. This isn't really the first time that he's used those talking points. But I think folks remember that, 4 years ago, obviously we're looking at the maps. I think folks would agree that they feel like they were living a lot better 4 years ago than they were now under the Biden administration.
And that was a really big note from his campaign, or a talking point. Are you better now than you were 4 years ago?
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot different when you attend the rally versus what you see and hear on the commercials on TV, right? Those messages are, I mean, night and day, honestly. Whereas when you're at the rally, he speaks of making America great for every American, no matter what the race, color, religion, creed of anyone. He wants it to be prosperous for us all. And so that is really what he pushed at these rallies, which was really important because, you know, like we said, he was in the metro areas. He went to Gwinnett. He went to Cobb County, right? And he went to these metro areas where he chipped away at that Democrat vote with that message.
And not just the Democrat vote, Zach, but also independents, people who were on the fence. I mean, you have a whole generation of first-time voters that didn't subscribe to Democrats or Republicans and could have been swayed. We would have to wait until we see just kind of like a demographic by demographic breakdown to see who exactly voted. But that could have been a group. I know at the Harris rallies, she spoke directly to first-time voters repeatedly. Hey, you, we want you out here. They were advertising. I know Megan Thee Stallion, she did a rally that was supposed to be catered towards college students. You're making a face there, Deanna.
And I wanted to jump in here as well because it is true that the Democratic campaign, Vice President Harris's campaign, made that effort. But former President Trump and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, they also emphasized speaking particularly to young male voters, a lot of time, a lot of energy spent on podcasts, on places like Theo Vaughn's podcast, on Joe Rogan's podcast.
40 million followers, right?
I mean, those are real numbers, and there were questions about whether that would be time well spent or not. Would the folks who are listening to those podcasts nod their heads and say, yeah, I like what this guy is saying? Or would they nod their heads and say, yeah, I like what this guy is saying, and go vote? We haven't seen the exits yet. We don't know the kind of age breakdown. But that may be a storyline we're seeing later as the days go on. One other thing I want to ask, and I want to bring both Val and Deanna in here. We heard a whole lot about how this race is going to be close. We saw a whole lot of polls saying this race is going to be close. We are looking right now on your screen at what appears to be a pretty solid advantage to former President Trump at 1:23 on the East Coast, a.m., 1:23 in the morning on the East Coast. Does this mean that the polls were all wrong, or does it indicate that in a race projected to be close, the way one battleground state tips tends to be the way many battleground states tip? I see you both pondering this. Deanna, you want to take a stab at it?
I'm more of like a traditional campaigner, right? So I see the key elements as really important, and that also includes on how much money you spend. So when it comes to the ground game and the harassment on text messaging, those
you're talking about political text messages, to be clear.
Yes. So
probably the first person to get one of those didn't feel like that, but by maybe November 5th, they are feeling like that.
They text me this morning.
That's my question. Like, you know, who I am, where I am. I have a
China.
pickle with that. No, gosh.
Voter databases.
But sorry, Deanna, what were you saying?
So I think those things really make a difference. If we even just kind of go back even further and just think about Obama's campaign and how strong he was with his grassroots, that made a huge difference in his win, and it was basically a landslide. And I think that the Republicans really pushed that energy this year. They've been knocking on doors like crazy. Mailers have been crazy. It's just a strong grassroots presence have really made that difference in these key states.
Yeah. I just had an Amber Rose sighting, if anybody
cares.
Oh, really?
Of course.
We also want to bring up another, back here in Georgia, a measure that was on the ballot in Gwinnett and Cobb County. The Gwinnett T-Splost. This was going to be a 1% sales tax referendum in Gwinnett County. It would have provided money for the transit system, public transportation system there, creating new bus routes, different transfer stations, things like that. The T-SPLOST has failed in Gwinnett County. Once again, it would have expanded bus service. The county was hopeful that they would finally convince people to pass the measure. It had previously failed in the past because there was a MARTA rail expansion in that proposal. They stripped it away this time. But once again, for some reason, the voters there, they are not getting behind that. And we also believe that the same referendum in Cobb is likely going to lose as well. So that is just some more information back here in Georgia. Another big race that's called, Zach, here.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the top of the ticket, but down ballot races also make a big difference. And you'll hear a lot of political experts say that a lot of the lawmaking that most directly impacts you happens at the state and local level. And we have a race to call here. The Associated Press has called the race in Georgia's State Senate District 48. We have it up on our map here, but we may want to stay with live pictures from West Palm. But we do want to note this. The Associated Press, there it is, has called this race in Georgia's State Senate District 48 for incumbent Republican Sean Still. Ashwin Ramaswamy, the Democratic challenger, trailing by about 7,000 votes with about 95% of the estimated total vote in. Again, Sean Still, the Republican incumbent state senator, projected by the Associated Press to move on to another term in office. We should note as well, this was really the only competitive state Senate race in the state this year. This was a bellwether race. Many hundreds of thousands of dollars were raised on each side in fundraising in this race, really blowing the roof off of what are conventional totals in fundraising for a state level down ballot race like this. Yeah. Again, the Associated Press calling the State Senate District 48 for incumbent Sean Still.
Val, are you surprised by this result?
I'm not surprised. I think that, especially in the suburbs, they are recently kind of changing in terms of the legislative races. For so long, they had been gone uncontested. And so when you finally get a good candidate who's going to fight, sometimes it doesn't take on the first go. Sometimes you got to run a few times. Sometimes you got to raise. And look, these state legislative races, both on the Senate and the House side, are getting more and more expensive because you have to find a way to cut through the noise. When you have the presidential and Congress and everybody else and their mother up on the ballot, you have to spend money to break through because by the time you make it down to the ballot, you've kind of lost the voters' interest.
But it doesn't seem like money was an issue for Ramaswamy because he had money coming into his race, but maybe it was the name recognition, or maybe it was the influence of the top of the ticket. Because a lot of people, if you're going to vote Republican, I don't know the numbers on this, so I don't want to quote anything, but to my understanding, for a lot of voters, getting that split ticket vote is a little extra work rather than a person that's just going to vote for Trump and then vote red all the way down. Am I right, Deanna?
Oh, that's correct. Down ballot is usually typical, so top of the ticket carries the ticket most of the time. Yeah. And
Maybe.
It looks like Trump did really well in Georgia.
He certainly did. He won it, which is about as
so we can say that was
as good as you could have done.
And I have the map of Georgia from 2024 and 2020, and it looks like there's a few counties outside of the Augusta metro area that were leaning blue in 2020 that were decisively red this time.
Yeah.
I think Washington County, Jefferson County. What's this one? Let's take a look.
And while you guys are, while you're taking a look at the map here, if you're watching right now, you're watching your screen. Again, you're seeing live images from West Palm Beach in Florida, former President Donald Trump's election night watch party. We now have word that the former president and his motorcade have left his home at Mar-a-Lago. We presume, we do not know, but I think a pretty educated guess would be he is headed towards this watch party in West Palm.
Maybe a pit stop at McDonald's.
It was a campaign event of many.
They stay open.
We have, again, we are waiting for the former president to get to his election night watch party when he takes the podium. He is expected to deliver remarks at any moment. When he does, we will carry it live for you. The crowd.
A lot of excitement there.
And what a split screen from the images we saw from Vice President Harris's watch party in the nation's capital in D.C. earlier this evening. The supporters of the Democratic watch party told to go home. Vice President Harris will not be speaking tonight. She will.
And that was, I mean, almost an hour ago.
Yeah. She will, we should say. We are told she will be speaking tomorrow morning, but right now in West Palm, these live images you are seeing, we've seen some pretty notable supporters of former President Trump in the crowd there, among them Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who mounted, as you will surely remember, his own independent bid for the presidency. He comes from a long line of what is in many ways American political royalty on the Democratic side, mounted an independent third party run for the White House, and then dropped out and endorsed the former president. RFK Jr. spotted in the crowd at West Palm a short time ago. Also in the crowd, actor Jon Voight. We've also seen conservative TV host, social media host Tucker Carlson, among many others in the crowd. Cautiously optimistic, maybe more than cautiously optimistic at this point in the evening.
Zach, give us a little credit, please.
I was going to say, a lot of the folks in that room believe that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. That is why they're there. The race has not been called yet. And if it is called, then we will bring that to you all. The Trump campaign telling NBC News that they were waiting for North Carolina and Georgia to be called to key states for the Trump campaign, which have now both gone red before Trump would speak. Zach does have the map up there showing that several of these battleground states still have not been called. But Val, is there a path to victory for Harris at this point?
Yeah, I mean, look, you've still got the blue wall states that are still outstanding. I think that they're just going to have to wait it out and see. I mean, you still have Arizona outstanding, Nevada still outstanding. So, I mean, there's always a path. Until the race is called, there's always a path.
And Deanna's giving me a little bit of ribbing here, and I just want to be really clear. We're very precise about our language here, deliberately, because we have lived through unpredictable, historic, topsy-turvy elections and presidential campaigns for the last 2 cycles.
Yeah.
So we just want to be excruciatingly clear about when we say a race has been projected and when we say a state has been projected. And we also want to be clear about what we're seeing on the board. And Deanna, I know, is going to shake her head up and down vigorously when we say this. It is an unequivocal fact that the former president is out to a commanding lead in all of the battleground states at this point tonight, save perhaps for in Arizona, where about half of the vote is in, 16,000 vote margin right now, tilting in the former president's favor. Again, Deanna took issue with us saying cautiously optimistic. Perhaps you're right. You're probably right. There's probably just unbridled optimism at the watch party in West Palm. Maybe unbridled optimism from the far seat on our panel here.
Yes.
But if you're watching at home right now.
Do you wish you were in West Palm right now, Deanna?
Yes, actually.
Well, we're glad you're not, because we want you to be here.
Tears falling down my eyes, and I'm not.
We want you to be here, but this is a good moment to talk about this. Deanna, if the former president becomes president-elect and then president again, what does that mean for Republicans in 2024?
Including that we would have control of the Senate and possibly the House. That's huge. I mean, that creates a different scenario for us as a country. In my mind, it brings back power to us as the United States. But it also empowers our more conservative states as well and gives them the opportunity to pass some legislation that they may not have been able to get through before. So maybe we won't have the struggles of balancing the budget that we did previously. We never know, right? All these things are a toss-up, but this will really give us an opportunity to see what the party can do. And that's something that we've never really seen before because no one's really had complete control.
And Val, I'm curious, and we are on a different TV. I see Laura Trump in the audience there at the Trump Watch Party. Val, if Democrats would have done things differently in this race, if Joe Biden would have dropped out of the race earlier, maybe not done that debate, would Democrats be in a different situation? I know we're just speculating here, but I'm just curious if they would have attacked this at a different way and put Harris to the top of that ticket, kind of pass that torch maybe a year ago. Do you think they'd be in a different spot?
I mean, they might be. I mean, look, giving Vice President Harris more time to campaign would definitely have been helpful. But at the end of the day, the voters saw the issues that were in front of them and picked who was going to be, you know, who they wanted to be their pick. And I think, you know, because I'm looking at the maps, I mean, it looks like the counties that were Republican became more Republican. And on the inverse, the counties that went Democrat became more Democratic. Now, there are a few flips, but I think that they got folks out to vote that didn't vote last time.
And you're talking about a pretty consistent overperformance on the Republican side of the ticket compared to where things were in 2020. Another good moment to talk about the latest data we have in these battleground states that are yet to be officially called. And this is the part of the night. This is the part of the night when you know, earlier in the night we were seeing like big drops of ballots coming in. Now it's that day of vote in many places that is slower to count.
And Zach, could we talk about Michigan?
Absolutely.
Because I think, and the number keeps ticking up. We saw a situation in Michigan, Deanna, we were talking about this, where you had a large population of Muslim Americans who are not happy with how the Harris campaign was handling the situation in the Middle East. Could this have been a bump here? You also had a non-committed movement that really swayed a little bit in the primaries there. Could this, could Harris have done something different to try to gain those votes?
I don't think it was Harris. I think it was the Democrat Party. I think it was Biden's presidential actions toward a lot of things that are going on in the Middle East, and that really had an impact on Michigan because they have a large population out there. And so they made it very well known that they were looking to do things a little different this time.
And do you think why do you think this group put their trust in Trump and not Harris?
Maybe his surrogates that he had go to speak to them probably connected with them where it was really needed. That's what I would assume.
How much of a challenge, Val, was it for Vice President Harris to run her own campaign in the span of just a few months and also try to carve her own path and create her own identity independent of President Joe Biden, who she served under for almost 4 years?
You know, I think part of the reason why she was able to come out of the gate so quickly when she got to the top of the ticket was because she did work off the Biden apparatus. But, you know, when you're in an interview and they're asking you, what would you do differently than President Biden? And she says, well, nothing. You know, it's kind of hard to divorce yourself from that at that point.
You're
that
talking
was a
about
big moment.
You're talking about the interview on The View as a Democratic strategist. And then, Deanna, I want your thoughts as a Republican strategist on that, because that was perhaps, when we look back on this race, an inflection point a little bit, or at least a flashpoint. When you heard that for the first time, Val, from a tactical perspective, what went through your mind?
Look, there's a way to differentiate yourself without being negative. Nobody was expecting her or wanted her to go negative, but you know, folks are looking for something different. When the mood shifted after President Biden's debate earlier this summer, you know, people were frantically trying to find somebody different. They wanted somebody young, they wanted somebody energetic, they wanted somebody to differentiate themselves from the past 4 years. And again, you get up in that interview, you say, I do everything the exact same. You kind of are ignoring the people who are speaking up to say, hey, listen, I might have a problem here, or maybe this isn't the strongest policy point. You're just kind of saying, oh, well, don't worry about it.
Deanna, from a Republican's perspective, when you heard that, were you fist pumping and saying, okay, yeah, this was an unforced error?
Of course I was. I don't think that it was just that moment, though. There were several moments where she didn't really define herself. She didn't present policy. And so that was really where the struggle came for her, because she had so many opportunities to really, set the platform for herself. And it just, she just couldn't pull it through.
Well, we do have an update from the Secretary of State's office, Gabriel Sterling, saying that he's looking at the total number of votes cast here in Georgia. We have broken a record with over 5.3 million votes, everybody. Hand clap for everybody in Georgia. Everybody came out and voted. 73% of the active voters, they turned out and voted. Another record-breaking number, an indication of how invested people were in this election. Is it an indication of how many more Republicans voted early? Is it an indication, does this, by these numbers, I know Democrats were worried about people staying home, but did they stay home? Did just more Republicans show up?
Something that I was concerned about, I thought that President Trump would only win the Electoral College, but he's on the path to winning the popular vote as well. He's flipped 39 counties throughout the nation. Wow. So that's something that is remarkable in comparison to just 4 years ago, where it appeared that we struggled.
And we're looking at live pictures again from West Palm Beach, where Republicans are awaiting to hear, as well as the nation is awaiting to hear from former President Donald Trump, who's scheduled at any moment to take the stage and address supporters and address the nation at his campaign watch party in West Palm in Florida. We just saw a picture of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. there live, and a whole lot of very excited supporters of the former president, no doubt looking at the same results that we are.
And a lot of energy for 1:42 in the morning. I'll say that too.
It feels good to be in the lead, right? That split screen that we had earlier in the night, it tells a story in one image. The Democrats at Vice President Kamala Harris's watch party, as well as the Democrats here at the Georgia Dems watch party, they have all gone home. They have cleared out.
If we could bring up one exit poll that I find interesting from NBC News that says Latino men split for Trump, ending a Democratic-leaning streak. According to the exit poll, it marks the first time that a majority of Latino men did not vote for the Democratic presidential candidate. In at least the last 5 elections, 54% of Latino men voted for Trump this year. That is according to an NBC News exit poll. What does that speak to? I want to just open that question up to either of you.
I mean, I'm just going to say that the not just the, yes.
And this comes, mind you, even after the comments made at Madison Square Garden that the Democrats really played up.
So I think they played it up. Again, like, we've had Trump as president before. We've seen him as a candidate. We understand that he'll say some things that might be out of pocket every once in a while.
Well, he didn't say that. The comedian did.
The comedian did, that's right. And he didn't even say that, that's right. But, I think not just the Trump campaign, but the Republican apparatus has made it an intentional point to engage and go after minority voters. I know in Georgia, Speaker Burns was very specific in, we're going to spend X amount of money to make sure that we target and turn out minority voters for us. People tend to also forget that immigrants, especially, they don't lean as Democratic as folks would like to make the assumption.
And it's interesting to me, because I hear it from Democratic-leaning voters. How can a certain group vote for a person who, and this is not my words, this is folks who I've talked to out in the streets, if you will, voters. How can you vote for somebody who continues to blame immigrants for everything? Clearly, those who have gone out and vote for him don't see it that way.
Yeah, I think it's a huge difference, right? Because the the illegal immigrants that he speaks of have very different, it's a huge difference between them and people who've struggled and worked hard to become legal immigrants in our country. And so, and those are the folks who do vote for the Republican nominee, and which help push us over the mark. And so that's you have to remember those key differences.
So people who, and you've heard that too, folks who said, I came in here, I followed the process.
Mm-hmm.
How can you just come in?
Right.
But that is something that you also hear from voters.
Is this an important moment as well where, and this is something we have said on the Georgia Vote a lot, including on panel discussions with both of you, there can be a tendency, I think, sometimes when we're talking about national politics, to want to really slice and dice the country into specific boxes and put voters in certain buckets and say this kind of voter votes this way and that kind of voter votes that way.
Right.
Is tonight, and particularly thinking about this NBC exit poll, is tonight an important reminder that people are individuals. Mm-hmm. People are going to make up their own minds, and they're going to vote on a whole slew of issues. This is something we saw in every one of our Voice of the Voters that shared their candid thoughts about this race.
Yeah.
People are nuanced and complex, and they're going to wrestle with big thorny issues, and they're going to think hard about it. I see both of you nodding there. Val?
I appreciate it,
Yeah.
right? Because sometimes we think that the voter isn't as smart as we would like for them to be, right? And this really shows that they know the issues, and that's how they went out.
And if you're a Georgia voter, you have a great deal of company. It is a record-setting turnout in Georgia. Val?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that especially in campaigns, you try to make assumptions about folks, right? About either their race, their gender, or anything, and you try to put them in a bucket to see, okay, which one of my messages is going to be the most effective. When we're talking about the amount of women that have turned out to vote this year, that has surpassed men by, in some places more than 10%. And you would think that you would get every single one of them on the abortion issue, right? But, for some people, that might not be their top thing. It might be the economy. It might be the inflation.
Or they may feel differently about there are plenty of women out there who feel that they're quite supportive of Georgia's heartbeat bill and other more restrictive abortion statutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think, we're not nobody's a monolith. Nobody is just, this person's going to vote this way. And we've seen that. If, 54% of Latino men have decided to vote for President Trump this time. And I'm curious to see the numbers for black men too, because that was one of the points beforehand. Yeah,
Right.
that Trump was making inroads there.
But in my mind, sometimes I think it's just when you don't have enough money to buy groceries, you might not be as concerned about an abortion.
Right.
Those kitchen table pocketbook issues. I want to, Faith, I know you want to jump in here. I want to just bring us some breaking news from NBC right now. NBC has projected Nebraska will go for former President Donald Trump. He will carry 4 electoral votes in Nebraska, 1 vote in Nebraska still outstanding. Nebraska, one of the 2 states in the union that is not a winner-take-all electoral state. Again, NBC News projects that former President Donald Trump will carry at least 4 of Nebraska's 5 total electoral votes, with 1 electoral vote in Nebraska outstanding. Faith?
Yeah, and we just got a statement from the Trump campaign here in Georgia. Once again, NBC News not calling this race, but Trump Communications Director Morgan Ackley congratulating Donald Trump and the Georgia Republicans up and down the ballot. She says starting day 1, President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance will help ease costs, secure the border, and make America great again. And she is just reiterating those 2 big topics that the campaign has really, really pushed, talking about cost, talking about securing the border and immigration, 2 main topics of discussion that they have talked about, that voters that we've spoken to have said that those are 2 of theirs. As we continue to monitor the results, you're taking a look at live images out of Florida. You're seeing a lot of energy right now. Once again, NBC not calling this race so far. We still have some outstanding states out there. If something changes, we will absolutely let you know. But you are seeing a lot of excitement. I think that is a picture of, is that Tucker Carlson we're looking at?
Hard to tell from.
No, that's not.
No,
Tucker
that's not
Carlson. That is the Pillow Man.
That is Mike Lindell,
Mike
the owner
Lindell.
of the My Pillow company and a major supporter
That was Deanna,
of
y'all.
Republican causes, including the former president.
He sold a lot of pillows.
I watch a lot of Fox News, and that's the only commercial they play.
Well, it clearly is working for him. But again, we're seeing this enthusiasm in West Palm here as we await any moment now. We are told, be hearing from former President Donald Trump, who will be addressing his supporters at his West Palm Beach election night watch party, as well as addressing an increasingly waiting and anticipating nation. We know that you're up with us right now, and my strong hunch is that there are many millions of Americans around the country who are watching these same images, waiting to hear from former President Donald Trump, who is, and we want to be clear, not at this point a projected winner of this race. No, nobody has been projected to be the winner of the presidential race right now.
According to NBC News.
According to NBC News. But former President Donald Trump, when you look at the breakdown of battleground states that are still outstanding, former President Donald Trump seems to be in a very strong position with leads just about across the board. And I should say, not just about, he does have a lead in every battleground state in the country right now. We're looking at a live look of the most up-to-date results. Arizona is the closest race of the battlegrounds that are yet to be called, and Donald Trump there, former President Donald Trump, has about a 20,000, maybe closer to 19,000 vote lead at this point, with about half of all ballots tabulated and reported in Arizona. And then you go down this board, Georgia, called for former President Donald Trump. That's 16 electoral votes in his column. Michigan, one of the key pieces of the so-called blue wall, the Democratic stronghold states, the Democratic blue wall states across the north. In Michigan, 67% of the electoral vote is reported, and 245,812, it just ticked up, vote margin right now in former President Donald Trump's favor.
I think the story here, Zach, is that these numbers are not going down. They continue to go up throughout the night. I did notice when we were going and showing the live images at the Trump, I was going to call it a rally, but this is no longer campaign season, right? At the watch party, at the party out there, there's a banner that says Trump will fix it.
Yes.
You say yes. What was he going to fix,
Yes, he
Deanna?
will.
What is he going to fix?
America.
That's a broad, sweeping statement, Deanna. Give us some, and maybe an on-point one. But give us some context. What in particular, if these results hold and former President Trump retakes the White House, what in particular are you looking for him to tackle in a potential first 100 days?
Well, foreign policy is number one, right? And what we have going on in these different wars across the world, as well as our economy here in the United States, as well as illegal immigration here in the United States. I think those are the top three things, honestly, that most Americans really care about and that are constantly on their minds every day, especially with the different things that we see in the news happening, looking at the updates that happen in Israel. And so those things are really important to us.
And Fal, I want to give you ample time to respond to that, but we do have some more breaking news we want to deliver to you. And if you're hanging with us and still watching, we appreciate you very much. And here's some new results for you. NBC News is now projecting that former President Donald Trump will carry Maine's 2nd congressional district. That is one electoral vote. Our map is going to update here momentarily, but Maine is one of the states in the union that is not a winner-take-all electoral state, which means that the electoral votes are apportioned in that state, not as a winner-take-all, but they can break in multiple ways. NBC News now projecting former President Donald Trump will carry Maine's 2nd congressional district. That is one more electoral vote in the former president's column. Our map will update shortly. But that is the state of play right now.
If I'm correct, in 2016, this was one of the states that helped push Trump over to victory in that Electoral College vote and not the popular vote. Hillary Clinton taking the popular vote in that race, but former President Trump won the Electoral College votes, and I believe Maine had something to do with that because of their split there. But once again, we are taking a look at this map, the time 1:55. We have been on air since 7 o'clock tonight, and we want to thank all of you that have been staying on with us and watching us all night. We are not going anywhere yet because this race has not been called. You're taking a look at this national map. Vice President Harris, 194 Electoral College votes. She needs 76 to reach 270. Trump is a lot closer, 247. He needs 23 to get the edge that he needs, 270 votes to become the president-elect and be sworn in as president-in-chief come January.
And if you're still with us, and we appreciate you very much for being here, and there's a good reason to be here because there's a lot of news still to develop and break as the night carries on. We are awaiting comments from former President Donald Trump at his West Palm Beach election night watch party, and we are seeing some live images of West Palm and the election night watch party right now on your screen. We were told some time ago that the former president left his residence at Mar-a-Lago. The motorcade departed. We anticipate that that motorcade was headed to this watch party. It may well have arrived at this point. We are told that the former president could be taking the stage at any moment. We know we've been saying that for some time. We have been told that for some time. But my strong hunch is that you will want to see what he has to say, and my strong hunch as well is that there are many millions of Americans across the country who are waiting to hear these remarks from the former president. One final note here, and Faith, Vice President Harris will not be speaking tonight. If you're just joining us, that's some news to underline. Vice President Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight. A co-chair of her campaign told supporters gathered at a watch party in the nation's capital in D.C. at Howard University several hours ago now. He told them, or rather the campaign co-chair told them, go home. The vice president will not be speaking this evening. The vice president, we are told, will be speaking later this morning
And it was certainly a sight to see. When DNC Chair Jamie Harrison got on that stage in Howard, a night of celebration at the Vice President's alma mater where she completed her undergraduate degree at Howard University. It was a party, a celebration, a night of optimism that we continue to hear from the campaign.
I'm so sorry, Faith. Finish your thought here.
Nope, I was just going to say a night of optimism turned into a very quiet night after the DNC chair went up there and said that she would not be speaking tonight, an indication of how this night is going. Another indication, one that we're seeing right here on that screen, the complete opposite of what we saw in D.C.
That split screen image really told a lot of the story. We want to bring you the latest news that we have. NBC News has acknowledged that another news network has called the race for former President Donald Trump. NBC News itself is not yet projecting that result, but we want to be very clear. If you're watching and you're seeing things from coming in, and we know you're getting your information from a lot of different places, this is the state of play right now. NBC News not projecting a winner in the presidential race at this point, but another news network, NBC News has told us, has acknowledged that has called, rather, the race for former President Donald Trump. So this is looking more and more like a big night for Republicans.
And I think that crowd is watching that other network because I want to say about 10 minutes ago, we saw a lot of rejoicing, people giving kisses and hugs and high fives, just a lot of excitement that came through there. But once our network is able to confirm that, we'll make sure that we get that to you. But that is where the race is going. That's the vibe check, if you will, guys. That's the word of the night. The
vibe check.
The vibe check.
And there's a vibe check just on our panel here.
How are you guys feeling?
I feel great. I couldn't be more excited. Really wishing that I was in South Florida right now. But the vibe check is phenomenal.
Val, how are you feeling?
Yeah, look, this is a campaign. At the end of the day, you expect the candidates to put it all out on the field and reap the benefits.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. I think now what the Democrats need to do is turn their sights onto the midterm elections, which I think that they can capitalize off of with a Republican trifecta, and then the 2028 elections, and trying to figure out, what could we have done differently to make sure, because I'm looking here too at New York, and she got it. She obviously, Vice President Harris won New York, but it was 5% less than Biden won it in 2020. And that was looks like a 1 million vote differential.
And you make a valid point. I think that Democrats are going to look at tonight, look at the results of not just the top of the ticket, but those down ballot races and really reassess.
Mm-hmm.
They spent a lot of money in this race. She raised a lot of money.
Yeah.
She did not have court proceedings against her. She did not have a lot of things going on against her. There was a lot of positive attention surrounding her. There was a lot of hope around this candidate. But I think that Democrats are really going to have to take a step back, reassess, and see not only campaign-wise, but running the policy-wise, what they're doing throughout the country. Because what we're hearing from voters is that they were not. The campaign was one thing, but it came back to, we don't like how Biden was running the country. You have been in the White House under Biden. We're ready for something different.
Right.
And I think part of the issue too is since 2016, a lot of the Democratic campaigns have just said, oh, well, you just don't want Trump. He's bad, he's horrible, he says, he tweets horrible things. And that's just not enough for folks. You need to have a message and a vision to help people out in their day-to-day lives versus, well, just don't vote for this guy, vote for me instead.
And Deanna, well, I shouldn't say do you think, because I think I know the answer to that, but I should say, how do you think Trump's message resonated more with voters than Harris's message? Because I would argue that both campaigns were doing the best that they could to speak to that working class, that regular folk that's out there just grinding it out.
I don't know if it was just messaging, right? I think it was actual actions, right? Because President Trump had been in office, right? How was our lives 4 years ago when he was president versus currently under the Biden-Harris administration? So that comparison of what's going on right now, here and now, and your daily living expenses and what you're doing every day and how that's going for you, even your markets, right? So those changes, I think that is more of what people relate it to versus just words coming out of, I would say, politicians' mouths.
This might be a good moment to go under the hood a little bit and talk about, we know that Georgia has been called for former President Trump for some time. I think, and we reported this on the Georgia Vote earlier this year, but I think if you're watching, particularly if you're not following politics every day, there's a question of, well, how do you call a race? How does this work? Here's what the AP says. The AP called Georgia some time ago, and they released a memo, and I just want to read it here to explain a little bit of the Associated Press's reasoning about how they got to this result. This is what the AP says. At the time the race was called here in Georgia, Trump was leading by 125,000 votes. Almost all advance votes in Georgia had been reported. His lead was larger than what Harris could be expected to make up from the remaining votes in Democratic strongholds. Trump was slightly ahead of his 2020 performance in enough counties to erase the deficit of less than 12,000 votes by which he lost Georgia 4 years ago. Summed up, you might say that Donald Trump had what Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said he did earlier in election night, an insurmountable lead.
I guess he found those votes.
He certainly found them this year in Georgia. And we have
big one.
Yeah, we have a projection to make here. Our map will show it in just a moment here, but Faith, do you want to report this?
Yeah, a very big state projected by NBC. Former President Donald Trump will take Pennsylvania and their 19 electoral college votes. This was a state that we were talking about earlier. A lot of money went into the state. They have a Democratic governor, Josh Shapiro, both of them ending their campaigns in this state in different parts of the state, but really ending their campaigns in the state. Kamala Harris joking on Saturday Night Live with, who's the woman that plays
Maya
her?
Rudolph.
Maya Rudolph. Saying, I voted today. Do you happen to live in Pennsylvania? She said, no, I don't. So this was a really, really big state for both of these campaigns because of the swing state nature of the campaign. She had the full support of a governor who won this state. And looking at, do we have the breakdown of Pennsylvania?
We actually, not just breakdown of PA, we'll get there in a moment, but we have some major news to report right now. You're looking at the electoral map as it stands right now, but we can now report, this map will update in a moment, we can now report that NBC News projects former President Donald Trump has won another term in the White House. Again, we can now report former President Donald Trump projected the winner of this race for the presidency. It culminates a nearly decade-long arc in politics for him. He won the White House in 2016. In 2020, suffered a narrow defeat in his bid for re-election. And now NBC News says former President Donald Trump has become President-elect Donald Trump, and in January will take his second term in office as president. A momentous, historic night in our state, which was called earlier, and in our country right now. Deanna, your reaction?
Well, congratulations, President Trump. He's worked really hard to make an extreme comeback. And I feel like it's been night and day into his character and his presence as a candidate. So very proud, very excited to see how he leads our nation into a different direction, and really hope that he brings us together and creates unity amongst all Americans.
We are told now that former President Donald Trump is a minute away from taking the stage. Fal, at this moment, what's going through your mind?
I thought that, watching and reading about the polls and understanding that polls are just a snapshot in time, everybody felt like it was going to be a 50-50 race. It was going to be neck and neck, and the results don't reflect that at all. I mean, the results are quite the opposite. So it's pretty remarkable.
It's certainly a red wave, a lot of cracks in that blue wall, as Deanna said, an indicator of where the country is. A close race, but not that close, not as close as 2020, not close enough to, it's a clear winner here in this race. And it's just an indication of where the country is right now. Those who are frustrated with Democrats, who are frustrated with how the Biden administration was taking the country. He was vice president for 8 years, president for 1, and America has spoken.
Some pretty remarkable historic data here as well. Former President Donald Trump is one, forgive me here, we're going to come back to that in just a moment. We've got some historical data, but the thing about historical data is you've got to crack open the history books sometimes, so we're going to keep an eye on that. But Fal, what happens next year? If you're a Democrat, if you're a Democratic strategist, a political pro, what happens tonight and what's happening in the weeks and months to come?
Well, tonight you go to sleep. Tonight it's time to go to sleep. But you wake up tomorrow. Look, this is not the first election Democrats have lost. It's not going to be the last one that they lose. I think tomorrow what needs to happen when folks wake up and kind of, come to terms with what happened, they need to start looking at what happened. Why did the red counties turn more red? Why were the Democratic counties not as blue? I mean, again, the New York thing kind of blows my mind that it was maybe more than 1 million votes, less than Biden. So, I mean, we have to have a conversation with ourselves to say, okay, what are we doing wrong? What is not resonating with voters? What is not? And at the end of the day, I mean, you have, again, you set your sights on for 2026. You have midterms. You have a lot of seats up for grabs, both on the state level and federal level. If I'm advising them, I'm telling them to start recruiting now and get up and start recruiting and start fundraising, because you're not going to be able to break through the message unless you have that money. And then you need to kind of start looking towards 2028. What kind of candidates are we going to put in the primary process? Are we going to coalesce? Are we going to spend the money and campaign appropriately to actually reach people with the policies that are going to help them move their lives forward? Not, hey, you don't like this guy, he's a little offensive, you need to vote for us. There has to be a tangible policy statement, and this is what we're going to do to follow it.
I would love to see Kemp 2028.
So that is, that's the big question, right?
We've asked him.
What did
Faith,
he say?
we haven't. You have, Faith.
I've asked him a couple of times. Governor Kemp, if you're watching right now, Cody has my phone number.
Call
Please,
and tell us.
let us know. As we're looking at live pictures there in Florida, it looks like some of the Secret Service team is coming to do their routine sweeps, making sure that everything is all set to go. And this is usually what we see before the former president will come up and speak to his thick crowd of supporters there.
And you know that.
After 2 o'clock in the morning.
And you know that, Faith, because you have covered so many of these campaign events over the last
So
few
have
months.
you. We've both been out there, Zach, on the front line.
We have seen a lot, as have many Georgians, and that's what happens. That's the for as many traffic jams and political text messages and ads we see in Georgia, which some, probably many, probably almost all folks find annoying at times. Let's call it what it is. It's also a great privilege to be a voter in Georgia. It's a great privilege to be a journalist in Georgia, because you talk about having a front row seat to history. We really have it here. And you talk about being in a place where your vote matters. If you're a Georgia voter, if you got that Peach State I voted sticker, if you got it today, if you got it earlier the last week or the week before in early voting, you know when you're going to the ballot box, when you are one of the record-setting number of Georgians who voted in this presidential election, more than in any other election in state history, you know the decision you're making has real impact. It can change. It has changed. It will continue to change the course of our nation's history.
There's a couple folks on the screen now. Vivek.
Ramaswamy.
Oh yeah, there's Vivek.
Yeah.
And Doug Burgum, yep.
We're seeing these live images now, and
Is that Rudy Giuliani next to him?
I think we're in the wide shot here on our coverage, but yeah,
I don't have my glasses on.
And this is the part of the night where if you're wearing them, you're sort of squinting a little bit too. But it's worth staying up, because we're talking about history being made here. We're going to see some more in just a few moments. We are told, I am the messenger here only, we are continuously told that we're going to hear from former President Trump in short order. We're seeing somebody walking on the stage right now. This is just...
He's definitely coming up soon. I think this is the routine security sweep. This is what we see at every Trump rally, every Harris rally. They really take their time to make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed. And given what happened the day when there was the assassination attempt. I mean, the security has really, really stepped it up.
Yeah.
And in their minds, you know, people are there to see him. They will wait as long as they need to make sure that the security protocols are in order. But
boy, do they wait.
Yes. But by all indications, he should be coming up very soon. The question is, Deanna, how long do you think he'll speak tonight? He's known to be a little long-winded.
I've been to rallies and parties where he's spoke for 2 hours, but I don't think that he has to do that tonight.
And Deanna, just and hold that thought, but this is, if you've been to a lot of these rallies, you know what we're seeing here is a kind of significant moment. This is usually when a staffer for the former president comes out to the podium, checks that the microphone, the podium, everything is set to kind of the right level, the right height, everything is squared away. We may be getting a mic check here shortly. He's probably checking the teleprompters to make sure they are in working order. This is as keen an indication as we've seen so far that the former president really is just moments away from taking the podium. Now, we're going to be keeping a close eye on these live pictures, Deanna, as you watch them.
Yeah. So
what are you thinking?
Looks like he's ready to read his speech, his acceptance speech, which is really exciting. He has his teleprompters up. And so, you know, ideally it'll probably be nice and sweet and short.
What do you hope to hear from him tonight?
I hope to hear a message of unity, right? I think that's what everybody wants, especially since he's flipped so many voters and he's brought new people into the Republican tent. And he's created a different administration, kind of like picking and choosing different individuals, different parties, right? We have a former Democrat, we have an independent. And so with that really should bring the message of unity for his second term and what that looks like for America.
Val, do you think Trump can unify the country, or do you believe some rhetoric has been divisive and it's going to be hard to get around that?
I mean, I think some of his rhetoric has been divisive, and it is going to be a hard pill to swallow. I think it would be great for him to come up on stage and try to unify and give a unifying message. I think that coming from him, I'm not 100% sure how people would react to that, but I think it would be a step in the right direction for him to come out and say it and state it and put it in the atmosphere.
How much has the Republican Party changed since 2015 when then citizen Donald Trump entered the race for the White House? In the almost decade that former President Donald Trump has been a figure in national politics, how much has the GOP changed, Deanna?
Well, we've had several transitions, right? So we've had the 2015 party, and then we had a 2020 party, or some of those people who were new and came in and were upset that we lost. They call individuals like me the establishment. So I think that now we can kind of bring us all together, whereas before we were very divided, very, very divided. Mm-hmm. As you see, that Sean Steele race was so extreme and very important because of that reason alone.
And I mean, just to underscore that, the man who was former President Trump's vice president, Mike Pence, nowhere to be seen in the 2024 iteration of the Republican Party, at least insofar as former President Donald Trump's campaign is concerned. Val, there have been a great deal of evolutions within the Republican Party over these last roughly 10 years. What kind of evolutions do you expect to see on the Democratic side?
Well, I would hope to see on the Democratic side, you know, a change in messaging, a change in how we reach out to any voter. I mean, we were once the party, the big tent party, right? And in 18 and in 20, you know, you saw a lot of the suburban votes kind of switch to the Democrats. And I think we need to go back and talk to those folks. And also, we have to get out into the rural areas, and specifically speaking in Georgia. We cannot just continue to focus on just the metro area, turn out just metro, and then just be solely dependent on that. We need to get out into these rural areas where Trump expanded his margins, and we need to go talk to folks about the issues that they care about.
And go ahead, Gingrich. Oh, Newt Gingrich we're seeing on the screen now too.
Former Georgia congressman.
Oh, in the middle.
I wonder too, Fowler, Deanna, you could speak to this. Come next year, come 2025, come January, we will have a new president, and the country will have to get behind that person. Congress will have to get behind that person to, shall I say, make America great.
Yes, you shall. Again.
My question is, and we're, is that on us? No, that's on NBC. We are seeing an image, it looks like, of the former president getting ready for his speech. But my question is, regardless of who is in the White House, the country's going to have to get behind them. Is there a path to coming together, to reaching across the aisle for Congress to make policies that will help Americans progress, to bring down those prices, to bring protection to those who feel like they're not safe? We're also seeing Mr. David Perdue, one of Georgia's former senators here, who we had the pleasure of interviewing not long ago.
Somebody you just spoke with not too long ago,
Someone we just spoke with not too long ago. But back to my question, do you think that the country's going to be able to get behind him to make it a greater place for people?
I'm going to let you go first.
Of course. I mean, I could be happier. I don't know. Yes, of course. We have no
a better
choice.
Question, how can Congress come together? And of course, we're still trying to see what the balance of power is going to look like. But in a campaign that has been so divisive and kind of nasty at times, how can they put that aside?
Again, I think it'll really take the leadership of President Trump and his administration and the diversity that he can bring to his administration. And so I think that'll really help bring other people on board, right? Some people who probably didn't believe or don't want to believe. I think having other individuals who probably can connect with those folks in Congress, let's say our Democrat counterparts, that'll really help.
Yeah.
You know, I think I was listening to some political podcast the other day, and they were talking about how Trump the candidate was different than Trump the campaign, and that if he could rely on folks that could reach out to those people, maybe there might be a path.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, he kind of showed that he might not need one because it's kind of a mandate. He won. He expanded his his margins, and in most of the areas that we've seen, the Senate flipped, and then the House still hangs. The power still hangs in the balance.
For example, let's talk about the bipartisan immigration law that some Republicans said that they did not get on board with because it was just not a good law. Democrats said, no, you didn't get on board because Trump told you not to get on board. Are we going to see 4 years of that?
That would be tough, and ideally we don't want to. Again, the message of unity probably brings the bill to where we can have negotiations to, give a little to get a little, is what they say.
Compromise. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Zach?
My thoughts are that Deanna and Fal, you both have seen so much in Georgia politics and in national politics. It's an axiom of politics that you end the campaign on a message of unity. No matter how bruising the campaign is, you traditionally end on the kind of high note, the uplifting beat, right? Yeah. But inside there are real brass tacks, there's real tactics, there's real strategy. And stand by here because we are seeing some developments in these live pictures we are showing
President Trump is on
right
the stage.
now. Did you see him here there,
Yes,
Faith?
he's walking up to the podium. Can we take a live listen in, guys? Can we bring up that volume? There we are. We see President Trump and his wife Melania, as well as Barron. We see Donald Trump Jr. My eyes are bad, Zach. Who else do you see up there?
It looks like the full Trump family there. Former President Donald Trump taking a moment before getting to the microphone. It looks like he is soaking in the moment here, and you can be sure it is loud in that room right now. We're hoping to get some audio up momentarily. Here comes former President Donald Trump, projected to win a second term in the White House, stepping up to the podium right now. You see his family filing in behind him, the theme song of his campaign playing overhead in a venue that we can be sure is packed in West Palm Beach with his supporters. A historic moment.
And there's Senator J.D. Vance and his wife, Lucia.
Now the Vice President-elect and soon to be Second Lady.
The crowd, phones are out, people are so excited. You hear that, I'm proud to be an American. That theme that has carried him really throughout the whole campaign. You see close-ups of Eric Trump, we see Joe Rogan on the stage.
That's Dana White. That's Dana White.
Excuse me, Dana. And you see Trump really just interacting and taking in the moment, a moment that he did not have 4 years ago, but a moment that I'm sure he was cherishing after a long campaign. Let's listen in, as I believe he is about.
There's the Speaker of the House right there, Mike Johnson. You can only imagine what is going through former President Trump's mind right now, and there he goes. We're going to take it full right now. Let's listen in to President-elect Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. and his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning, and I'm saying only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. And it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. We have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me, just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so you were just listening in to now President-elect Donald Trump and his Vice Presidential-elect J.D. Vance, along with several others on stage. Trump clearly giving an acceptance speech saying that he is excited, motivated, going to be energetic, a big night for democracy and freedom coming into the country as we continue to see these live pictures out of Florida.
And Faith, I want to make sure we're particularly clear about something here. You're seeing a banner in the lower third of your screen here. NBC News, we want to clarify some of our internal guidance on this. NBC News is stating that now that former President Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, there is no path in which Vice President Kamala Harris could win. They say she had to win Pennsylvania to win the race outright. Still, formally, former President Trump closing in on that formal 270 electoral vote margin. But again, NBC stating that now that he has won Pennsylvania, the language is that there is no path in which Vice President Harris could win. We just want to be very particular and very clear on what you're seeing on your screen. Having said that,
and clearly what we saw was certainly an acceptance speech, one full of promise, one full of taking back the country, saying that it was a historic night, saying that he brought in votes that Republicans historically have not brought in, saying that he brought in the African American vote, the Latino vote, the Arab American vote, all of those different groups coming together to vote for him. So, and I think throughout the night we have been talking and looking at the results, and maybe our panelists agree that that is one thing that certainly is making history tonight, Zach.
And on that note, we want to bring in our panelists who have been with us throughout a long, long evening.
Thank you all
Republican,
so
thank you,
much.
truly, thank you very much. And I know our audience feels the same. Your insight is appreciated. Republican strategist Deanna Harris, Democratic strategist Val Sabak. We both listened in to the former president's remarks live. Deanna, you've been smiling ear to ear for a number of hours now as
I
we've
think
seen
that
these
you were actually
results.
mentally in that room as we were watching it.
As you listen to that speech that had a lot of similarities to many of his campaign speeches that we've seen over the course of the last few months, Deanna, what stood out to you?
Again, I talked about the message of unity, and that's what we really need. And then he talked about having a diverse administration. He talked about the things, the actions that he's going to put in place and improve for our nation. And so that's really what I think most people wanted to hear, and that's the reason why they voted for him.
And speaking of unity, he said, success will bring us together, but I want to put America first. Val, do you think he'll be able to bring, did that touch your heart? Val, do you think that he'll be able to bring the country together?
You know, that has yet to be determined. I mean, we saw in 2016, the country moving from 2016 to 2020. I think it still had some rifts, and I think that there is going to have to be a kind of working together to kind of heal. So, I mean, that has yet to be seen. I would hope so. But that's to be determined.
And let's be clear, we're looking at reaction. I've been looking at reaction online and just kind of monitoring different, I've gotten text messages from different strategists. There's a lot of emotion out there. There was a lot of hope on the Democratic side, but that hope did not come to fruition. And Zach, as we were looking at the numbers here, this was not a close race.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's one of those, maybe we can pull this up on the screen, maybe not, but I asked this question, and Faith and I, you and I both have been talking about it before the night even started. Even if in the final breakdown, the actual popular vote is reasonably close, or the breakdown of votes in the battleground states is close, if they all tip in the same direction, it's going to look like an electoral blowout. And you're seeing these results now in a lot of our battleground states. Former President Donald Trump up, Arizona, up in Georgia, up in Michigan, up in Nevada, up in North Carolina, up in Pennsylvania, up in Wisconsin.
That's a lot of red on that
That
screen.
is a clean sweep of the battleground states as we see it right now at 2:57 a.m. Does this tell us that the country has shifted dramatically in a political direction, or does it mean that a handful of battleground states have moved enough to swing the Electoral College, but we remain an ideologically fairly 50-50 split country? Deanna?
That's tough for me to answer because I really don't have any previous election data to compare it to. 2020 was very different. We suffered a pandemic. We had different voting styles, right, where we were mailing in ballots and a lot of other
But we were also
froggy
coming
things
out
happened.
of 24 years of Donald Trump, and a lot of voters made it clear at that time that they were ready for something different, similar to now. People are saying that they want something different than that.
Well,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
They're
I just wanted
going
say
back
that.
to Donald Trump, though. So did they really want something different then, or maybe it was just panic of what the media made people believe, right?
I'll push back that a little bit. A lot of news outlets, it was a scary time during the pandemic. And news outlets did their best to be responsible. We can't speak for everybody, but I know that Zach and I, during that time,
Of
we
course.
reported trying to be responsible. But it was a scary time for a lot of people.
Yeah, so that could have influenced the situation. So, you know, we have an opportunity to make a good comeback, I think, and I believe that President Trump will unite us, and like he said, success will bring us together. So that's what I really look forward to.
And like we were talking about before, I mean, come January of 2020, the country is going to have to move forward. No matter which side of the aisle that you were on, the country's going to have to come together. And Congress is going to have to make laws and changes and move forward.
And if things hold, talking about making laws, if things hold, Republicans could have a trifecta in the White House, in the Senate, and in the House. Control of the House, not yet projected, not yet called, but Republicans currently, going into this election, had a majority in the United States House of Representatives. If this does come to fruition and Republicans have a trifecta, Fal, do they have a mandate to legislate and legislate quickly?
The way I look at it is if it was on the Democratic side and this was happening, we had a trifecta, yeah, that's a mandate. So I mean, like, look, not only did he win the electoral vote tonight, he's on track to win the popular vote. You know, if I'm sitting in their shoes, in President Trump's shoes, yeah, I mean, I would think that it would be a mandate. I grew my margins in districts or counties all over the nation. Red districts went redder, and the blue districts were a little less blue. And so I think now it's time to, if I'm on the Democratic side, I need to dig in and figure out what happened. Why did this trend go that way when we were looking at trends? And I mean, I was looking at trends from 2016 to 2020 in some of these really rural areas that were trending, starting to trend Democrat. Why were those gains erased?
Well, certainly, as Deanna put it earlier, a crack in the blue wall, a lot of cracks in the blue wall. We will continue to monitor these results as we go through the night. But ladies, I have to say, thank you so much for coming on. Thank all of you who have watched our stream since 7 o'clock tonight. Zach, thank you for being an incredible co-host. It's been a historic night, so we really do appreciate it.
It surely is. Faith, you make it easy. You're a fantastic co-host. You make my job very easy driving the map here.
We've been on this trip for quite some time.
We have been. You guys are original Georgia Vote guests. We're so grateful for both of you. We're grateful for all of you at home who've been watching us all evening long. We want to end with this. 2 important notes. First, 11 Alive Morning News. It starts at 5 a.m. on TV, on broadcast. Set your TVs for that, because we're going to have a whole lot more politics coming up your way. And you can keep watching 11 Alive Plus. We will be live streaming election results throughout the evening.
Because they are still coming in.
Yes, they are.
But it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so we want all of you to get some rest, and we're also going to get some rest. And we hope that you join us for a live episode of the Georgia Vote coming up this Sunday. We will be there. So
Sunday morning at 11 a.m. For now, on a historic evening, it is 3:02 a.m. on the East Coast. We say good night and thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
That's who we are as North Carolinians. And I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. Thank you. Thank you. I've got an easy question, and I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask y'all anyway. Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, Our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone. Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid. And where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, but we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children. We can expand career and technical education because you shouldn't have to go to college to provide for your own family. To build this brighter future, we must put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today, Sam, Adam, and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
Jumped on my house, my home, my hood, my brother, my sister, my cousin. My they were there from the beginning, been with me before he been with me. Y'all just glance at it, got y'all staring at it, but it's been the same old North Carolina's been. Y'all just getting it.
our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And we thank him a double portion tonight. I can tell you this right now, the window of opportunity for us winning this race is closing quick, folks. We realize what we're up against. We realized what we were up against from the very beginning. We knew that we were ordinary, just an ordinary person getting in this for the right reasons, to fight for the people of North Carolina, and to make effective change. You know, it doesn't seem like it's going our way tonight. But it's always going our way. Because it's going the right way. Whether people want it to or not, people of faith know it's going to go the right way. Because we've read the back of the book. We know how this all comes to an end. Those who would promote evil and promote wrong and call it right, they do not win. They may prosper for a season. But in the end, we win. So I'm standing here now, and I'm not sad one lick. I'm a little disappointed. I'm disappointed for you, because I wanted this so bad for you. I wanted this for the people of North Carolina, not for me. I wanted it for them. I wanted to represent them. I wanted to take their issues before the folks of North Carolina and really have those issues addressed. Not for the purposes of climbing a political ladder, but for the purposes of fighting for the people in the state that I love. But it was not to be, it appears. And I can tell you this, we're not going to stop here, folks. We don't stop here. We've got a lot of work still to do as Lieutenant Governor. We've got a lot of work to do in Western North Carolina to continue to help those folks to get back to full normal. We've got a lot of work still to do in the sphere of education in these last 2 months. We've got a lot of work to do still for the people of North Carolina. We're going to do it with great energy. We're going to do it with the same intensity that we've been doing it for the last 3.5, almost 4 years. You know, I'm standing here now, folks, and guess where my head is? My head is held high. And the reason why my head is held high is because I ran a race where I did not have to lie. I did not have to tell half-truths. I did not have to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars demonizing anyone. I simply traveled this state and told people about my vision, and told the people of North Carolina that I have an unabiding faith in them, and told the people of North Carolina as well, it will not be the government that will build this state, it will be you. That is the message that we deliver to the people of this state. A true message of real hope, a real future, where every single solitary North Carolinian can make a great living. My wife and I will now take our time. I'll work these last 2 months as Lieutenant Governor. I'll continue to do what I need to do for the people of the state of North Carolina. And after the beginning of the year, I'm going to spend some time with my grandchildren. They are getting older, and so am I. And so we'll spend some time with family, and we'll assess, and we'll move forward from there. But, you know, I want to leave you with a quote from an often demonized politician who said something quite profound as he was resigning from office. He said, we think sometimes when things don't go good for us, when we lose an election or someone dear to us dies, that all is ended. It's not true. It's only a beginning, always. Because the greatness comes, not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes when you're really tested, when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to stand on the highest mountain. Folks, I have stood on the highest mountain. Going from being a factory worker to being the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina has been the honor of my lifetime. Now I'm proud to stand in front of so many supporters and have so many votes cast for me by people who have confidence in me. It's not about the lies. It's not about the half-truths. It's about the people who believe in you. And it's about the state that you love, a state that I fully intend to continue to serve for the next 2 months. And who knows, maybe in the future, once again, somewhere in office. Who knows? I don't know. But we're going to take our time. We're going to assess. We're going to spend time with family. Before I leave this stage, though, I want to say to each and every person I'm looking at right now, I see so many faces I can't name them all. I love each and every one of you. Not only have you added value to this campaign, you have added value to my life as friends, as supporters. The one thing I have not done this entire time in this campaign is shed tears. And I will not shed tears tonight, because I stand here strong and proud, glad to have run a race that was upright and decent, while others around me refused to do so. So we leave this place tonight with our head held high. And the only disappointment that I have inside of me is the disappointment that you all feel. Because I know so many of you want it so bad to see nothing but victory tonight. But remember, victory is pleasing God. Victory is pleasing God. And sometimes in order to please God, you have to lose in the sight of man. So God bless you all. Thank y'all so much for everything that you've done for me. We love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We've got some good news for you. It was close, but we won. It's been a long campaign, a lot of miles traveled, a lot of time away from family, but now seeing the returns come in, the support from across the state is overwhelming. To every voter who supported us in this election, thank you. It means the world to us. And to every person in this state, whether you voted for me or not, it will be an incredible honor to serve as your next Attorney General, and I will give this job everything that I've got. The Attorney General's job is to be a shield for those in harm's way, whether it's violent crime, folks pushing fentanyl into communities, scammers going after your bank account, people polluting the air or the water. It will be my job to stand up to them on your behalf. I look forward to getting started, and I'm especially looking forward to joining the dedicated public servants at the North Carolina Department of Justice in that mission. And I would like you to meet our family. This is Hayden. This is Avery. This is Owen. This is my wife, Marissa. Please say hello to them for me. We ran this campaign together, but that still meant spending a lot of time apart. Making it to this moment and sharing it with them is one of the best moments of my life. I'm so happy that they could be here, that we were all willing to stay up late to celebrate this moment together. And it's something I'll never forget. Will you please join me in thanking them for the sacrifice they made for this campaign? And now for our campaign team. Our campaign team was small but mighty. Behind everything that voters saw from this campaign was a group of incredibly hardworking, upbeat, and just truly talented people who decided to give this effort every bit of focus and energy that they have. I'm so grateful for every one of them. They deserve all the credit in the world, and a bunch of them, actually almost all of them, are in the room with you right now. Will you join me in thanking them? I'd also like to congratulate our current Attorney General and our next Governor, Josh Stein. Josh set a powerful example for how to do the work of Attorney General with integrity and with a focus on keeping people safe. His work holding opioid manufacturers accountable was historic. He leaves a proud legacy as a great Attorney General. His work has raised the bar for what people will expect from me, and I welcome that. And to our governor and former Attorney General, Roy Cooper. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your leadership for our state. And it's my intention to bring the same level of integrity to this job that you did. We are still waiting on the outcome of a lot of elections, so I just want to say this. What I suspected to be true at the beginning of the campaign proved to be true during the campaign, which is that what most people are looking for in elected officials is a simple set of values: honesty, decency, integrity, being a basically reasonable person who actually cares about other people. I firmly believe that's the way forward. It isn't a slogan, it isn't a faction, it isn't outrage. It's simple, straightforward public service. That's how I plan to do this job, and I can't tell you how excited I am to get started. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Cooper, for that very generous introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians, and I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. Thank you. Thank you. I've got an easy question, and I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask y'all anyway. Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness. But the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone. Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid. And where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, but we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children. We can expand career and technical education because you shouldn't have to go to college to provide for your own family. To build this brighter future, we must put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna, otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today, Sam, Adam, and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
Jumped on my house, my home, my hood, my brother, my sister, my cousin, my they were there from the beginning, been with me before he been with me was. Y'all just glance at it, got y'all staring at it, but it's been the same old North Carolina's been. Y'all just getting it? Oh, it's a shame, isn't it? Oh, you thought we said we were coming with a whole lot of something, we were bush.
Thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And we thank him a double portion tonight. I can tell you this right now, the window of opportunity for us winning this race is closing quick, folks. We realize what we're up against. We realized what we were up against from the very beginning. We knew that we were ordinary, just an ordinary person getting in this for the right reasons, to fight for the people of North Carolina, to make effective change. You know, it doesn't seem like it's going our way tonight. But it's always going our way. Because it's going the right way. Whether people want it to or not, people of faith know it's going to go the right way. Because we've read the back of the book. We know how this all comes to an end. Those who would promote evil and promote wrong and call it right, they do not win. They may prosper for a season. But in the end, we win. So I'm standing here now, and I'm not sad one lick. I'm a little disappointed. I'm disappointed for you, because I wanted this so bad for you. I wanted this for the people of North Carolina, not for me. I wanted it for them. I wanted to represent them. I wanted to take their issues before the folks of North Carolina and really have those issues addressed. Not for the purposes of climbing a political ladder, but for the purposes of fighting for the people in the state that I love. But it was not to be, it appears. And I can tell you this, we're not going to stop here, folks. We don't stop here. We've got a lot of work still to do as Lieutenant Governor. We've got a lot of work to do in Western North Carolina to continue to help those folks to get back to full normal. We've got a lot of work still to do in the sphere of education in these last 2 months. We've got a lot of work to do still for the people of North Carolina. We're going to do it with great energy. We're going to do it with the same intensity that we've been doing it for the last 3.5, almost 4 years. You know, I'm standing here now, folks, and guess where my head is? My head is held high. And the reason why my head is held high is because I ran a race where I did not have to lie. I did not have to tell half-truths. I did not have to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars demonizing anyone. I simply traveled this state and told people about my vision. And told the people of North Carolina that I have an unabiding faith in them. And told the people of North Carolina as well, it will not be the government that will build this state. It will be you. That is the message that we deliver to the people of this state. A true message of real hope, a real future, where every single solitary North Carolinian can make a great living. My wife and I will now take our time. I'll work these last 2 months as Lieutenant Governor. I'll continue to do what I need to do for the people of the state of North Carolina. And after the beginning of the year, I'm going to spend some time with my grandchildren. They are getting older, and so am I. And so we'll spend some time with family, and we'll assess, and we'll move forward from there. But, you know, I want to leave you with a quote from an often demonized politician who said something quite profound as he was resigning from office. He said, we think sometimes when things don't go good for us, when we lose an election or someone dear to us dies, that all is ended. It's not true. It's only a beginning, always. Because the greatness comes, not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes when you're really tested, when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to stand on the highest mountain. Folks, I have stood on the highest mountain. Going from being a factory worker to being the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina has been the honor of my lifetime. And I'm proud to stand in front of so many supporters and have so many votes cast for me by people who have confidence in me. It's not about the lies. It's not about the half-truths. It's about the people who believe in you. And it's about the state that you love, a state that I fully intend to continue to serve for the next 2 months. And who knows, maybe in the future once again, somewhere in office. Who knows? I don't know. But we're going to take our time. We're going to assess. We're going to spend time with family. Before I leave this stage, though, I want to say to each and every person I'm looking at right now, I see so many faces I can't name them all. I love each and every one of you. Not only have you added value to this campaign, you have added value to my life as friends, as supporters. The one thing I have not done this entire time in this campaign is shed tears. And I will not shed tears tonight, because I stand here strong and proud, glad to have run a race that was upright and decent, while others around me refused to do so. So we leave this place tonight with our head held high. And the only disappointment that I have inside of me is the disappointment that you all feel. Because I know so many of you want it so bad to see nothing but victory tonight. But remember, victory is pleasing God. Victory is pleasing God. And sometimes in order to please God, you have to lose in the sight of man. So God bless you all. Thank y'all so much for everything that you've done for me. We love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Time now to connect the dots. When we make the news make sense. Tomorrow is Election Day and millions of people have already voted. But has early voting always been so popular? Up until recently, most Americans voted in person and on Election Day. So when did it change? Let's connect the dots. Early voting became a nationwide option in 1972. That year, 95% of voters still waited to vote until Election Day. But now, less than half of voters wait. Not only has early voting become more popular, it's also become more politicized. Between 2004 and 2016, early voting was split pretty evenly between Republicans and Democrats. But then in 2020, about 2/3 of mail-in ballots were for Democrat Joe Biden, while 2/3 of in-person voting was for Republican Donald Trump. Experts say the split may have happened after Trump criticized mail-in voting during the 2020 campaign. So far in 2024, early voting appears to be split more evenly once again. And that is connecting the dots.
Back here in the Carolinas, officials are also working to ensure a smooth experience at the polls as they enter their final hours of operation.
Yeah, with just over 2 hours to go before the polls close, officials, they say every minute counts when it comes to getting voters in and out without any incidents.
WCNC Charlotte's Austin Walker is joining us live from the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections to talk about that and more. Hey, Austin.
Yeah, hey, so this is kind of like the hub for all of Mecklenburg County elections. Now, right now it's being used as a place where people can drop off their absentee ballots. But at 7:30, when those polls close, those individual polling sites will then bring those ballots here where they will then be counted. Right now, you know, Mecklenburg County continues to break records when it comes to election type of topics. The first one is we're seeing over 400,000 people did early vote in Mecklenburg County, and over 30,000 people too bringing in those absentee ballots. So again, a lot of people, almost half the population in Mecklenburg County really already participating before Election Day. But to really answer these questions, we're going to bring in Michael Dickerson, who is the Board of Elections Director. Now, Michael, thank you so much for joining us. The first thing about this is obviously, you know, we're seeing intimidation across the country, specifically in Georgia and in Pennsylvania.
So far, so good. We've still got a couple hours to go, but the voters are all behaving wisely and appropriately, and so we really appreciate that.
Gotcha. And obviously your poll workers are trained to make sure that this does not happen. If it does, there are specific steps that they take, correct?
Correct. First off, they want to take care of their safety first. If they feel threatened, it's a 911 call, so we all know about that. But they also want to call us, and we'll help them correct any issues or any problems that might be out there. We don't just throw 3,000 workers out there. We give them support, we train them, and make sure that everything's going well.
And obviously, as it is Election Day, I think the big burning question is when will we see that result? Like you mentioned, I think that was the biggest question you were asked. So when it comes to timeline, what will it look like once those polls close here in Mecklenburg County?
Sure. At 7:30, polls close. My staff will upload the absentee by mail, which you said was like 35, something like that. I forgot the number already. It's been that busy. They will put those results up, and the state will then release those results out to the public. Then about hopefully 8:15, we'll be putting out the early voting numbers, and that's the big thing, the 430,000 number that you're talking about. And that everybody can sit and chew on and figure out what's going on, where it's going, everything's going. And then we start loading in the precincts as they start driving into our office. From all the way from Davidson to Pineville and east to west, they will be driving those returns into our office. They come in on a thumb drive, they bring every other election-specific information back to us so we can take care of it and preserve it here, and then we'll load those numbers up. So the process is slow. Not only is it methodical for us to do, but it's also a slow process because it takes some time to drive in.
Gotcha. Well, obviously a lot of big process right here to make sure it is safe and secure. Michael, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
Awesome. Now, as we turn into those later hours, again, polls close in just over 2 hours. And if you do experience any intimidation or anything at the polls that could look like harassment, you are always asked to call CMPD and report that because, again, nobody deserves that on this Election Day. We'll be out here all night bringing you the latest updates from Mecklenburg County as things continue to ramp up to that 7:30 closing time at the polls. For now, live in Mecklenburg County, Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, we appreciate that reporting, Austin. WCNC WCNC Charlotte is making a difference with your help. When you share your news tips, we go to work.
I sent you that email. 15 minutes later, you're responding to me.
When a Charlotte woman battling cancer lost her health coverage, we demanded answers.
Within hours of WCNC Charlotte asking questions, the agency responsible quickly corrected its mistake.
Let us get to work for you.
Reach out to news tips at WCNC.com. WCNC Charlotte, news that impacts you.
Folks, note too, there is still time to vote early across the Carolinas. If you were hoping to vote by mail and you haven't requested your absentee ballot, the deadline to do that has already passed. If you did request a ballot, there is a chance, though, you're still waiting for yours to arrive.
Yeah, some are wondering what will happen if you don't receive your absentee ballot in enough time. WCNC Charlotte's Megan Bragg verifies for us tonight.
And to get these questions answered, we went to Mecklenburg County Elections Director Michael Dickerson and the North Carolina State Board of Elections. Okay, so Dickerson says if you do not receive your absentee ballot in time, there are a few options. That includes that you can vote in person on Election Day, or if you get it the day of election, you can fill it out and hand it in person. That must go directly to the county's election office. Now, it cannot go to your precinct where you normally vote. However, absentee ballots can be turned into early voting sites before early voting ends on Saturday. Now, if you do have an absentee ballot, a reminder, those ballots need to be returned by 7:30 on Election Day. If the ballot comes in after that, it will not be counted. Now, we do have a lot more information on absentee ballots linked to our website, WCNC.com. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
And you might have a lot of questions still ahead of Election Day. We are here to keep you up to date with the latest election news and get you ready to cast your vote.
Well, scan the QR code on the screen or text the word election to 704-329-3600 to get our complete election guide.
Of course, today is Halloween, but we know Thanksgiving will be here before we know it. It's a time of gratitude and sharing traditions, but for one Charlotte chef, it is also a chance to welcome those who have endured hardship. For the past 2 years, Chef Ernie Adler has brought a full Thanksgiving meal to a recently relocated Ukrainian refugee family. As WCNC Charlotte's Sarah French shows us, this year he is inviting others to join him.
For Chef Ernie Adler, Thanksgiving isn't just a holiday. It's a way to share a slice of home with those far from theirs.
Thanksgiving's one of my favorite holidays. You stay in your pajamas, you watch the parade, you watch some football, have a great dinner. Well, why not extend that and teach our tradition to people that don't know that tradition?
Chef Ernie's journey with giving back began overseas. In 2022, he served with World Central Kitchen, feeding Ukrainian refugees fleeing war. Since then, he and his wife, Amy, have welcomed refugee families into their Thanksgiving tradition, bringing them a homemade meal to celebrate the holiday and offer connection.
First year we did it in 22, recent refugee family, and we welcomed them to America, this great family last year, and we hope to continue that and expand that to more people who want to get involved with that this year.
He's inviting other families to prepare a traditional Thanksgiving meal and deliver it to recently relocated refugee families in the Charlotte area.
I'll connect you with another family that's recently moved here that doesn't know about Thanksgiving. Gives you an opportunity to learn about them and welcome them to Charlotte.
For Maria and her family, their first Thanksgiving was a memorable moment of kindness. Last year, Chef Ernie showed up at their door with a meal and much more.
When Ernie appeared in our house with his incredible smile, sparkles in his eyes, with great holiday food for us, it was really awesome. And in that moment, we felt that we are not alone anymore.
For Chef Ernie, this project is about more than just a meal. It's about paying forward the kindness he's received and encouraging others to join him in making a difference.
Because remember, as hard as you may possibly have it, somebody's always got it tougher.
For families like Maria's, Chef Ernie's gesture is a reminder that no one should feel alone in a new place.
It was so fun for us and scared at the same time, because my friends and teachers, that they welcome us with all their hearts, and they try to help us to learn English and to be comfortable. And
well, if you'd like to be part of Chef Ernie's Thanksgiving meal efforts this year, you can scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to this article on our website with more details on that. WCNC.com is the place to go, or that WCNC Charlotte mobile app.
When severe weather impacts the Carolinas, you can help us tell the story.
Our radar helps to keep you weather aware, along with images like these. Here's how to send us a video or picture of conditions impacting your area.
Make sure you're in a safe spot. Take a picture or a video, then send it to the Near Me feature on our WCNC News app.
Your image could be part of our weather impact coverage. Download the WCNC News app now.
With Election Day nearly here, many investors are bracing for what could happen afterwards. Experts say election results often lead to market volatility.
Well, I spoke with a local financial expert about how presidential election years impact the market, so you're not asking, where's the money? Mark Henry of Charlotte-based Alloy Wealth Management says historically investments in the market can be strange in the months and weeks leading into an election.
I like to say betting. It's not supposed to be called betting, but that's really what you're doing in the markets. They're taking advantage of what they believe is going to happen with an expectation of what that would do long term.
The CEO says emotions are the driving force behind a lot of people's decisions, but typically the markets really don't change much overall long term.
Just a lot of nervousness. A lot of this can probably be caused by people thinking election is going to go one way or the other, and so they sell or they buy, causing volatility more. But long-term holders find that the difference prior to an election and after is literally 0.1%.
So what is the message here then for people who are kind of panicky?
Yeah, and I understand why they should be, but you have to think about where you're at in life. So if you're a 30-year-old building your net worth, the message should be standard quo. Just keep funding your 401s, keep putting money in the markets, and don't worry about the election.
However, if you are nearing retirement,
so you get a very diverse account so that when markets do things you may not care for, it doesn't affect you as much.
so how do you know you're investing for your age? Henry says that's where certified financial planners come in. He encourages investors to partner with one they trust to create a plan. You want to look at the risk and then adjust it for where you are in life. Nick?
Great advice, Jane.
We have a live look for you tonight at App State in Boone. Obviously, school's back in session, but students there are back in class, of course, after Hurricane Helene just washed out roads and flooded much of the student housing on campus. WCNC Charlotte's Michelle Bowden spoke to students from the Charlotte area who dealt with a mudslide in their home and are now grateful to be back at school.
A lot of students at App State are adjusting to a new norm. So many were impacted by the flooding, had to find new housing. These students, though, in this story, they actually had a mudslide come into their house.
Clegg Row narrowly missed being buried under this mess.
And around 10:45 that morning, a landslide came down from the street and the hill above us and took out my bedroom and our front porch. And so we all grabbed what we could and evacuated down to a parking garage a little ways down the street.
But had you been in your bedroom, you would have been engulfed by mud, basically, or?
Yes, ma'am. I would have been, well, my bed is kind of all twisted up. I probably would have looked a little bit like a pretzel coming out of that.
The App State student who grew up in Hickory lived in a house with a bunch of guys just 3 minutes off campus.
We heard a bunch of cracking noises, and the three of us that were in the living room, and my dog was in the living room with us also, we turn around and just see it all just get wiped out.
Forbes Wallace, a Myers Park High graduate and junior now at App State, wasn't far away in another house.
When I woke up in the morning, I walked outside and I was like, all right, the rain's pretty hard. The water's like maybe 4 or 5 inches in our yard. And so I went to check our basement, and you saw the first step to walk down and it was water. And so our whole property had flooded.
He is grateful, though. His house didn't suffer any more damage.
Other than having to replace all of our furniture, we were good. We were very fortunate.
School was canceled for 3 weeks, and both guys went back several times to volunteer with cleanup efforts across the college town.
I think, honestly, the amount of support that Boone has just offered in general is unreal. I mean, the other day, people went out to volunteer, but they said there were 1,000 people at 7:30 a.m.
It's been hard for me to wrap my head around still. I'm still trying to figure out what really happened, and I'm really just glad to be here right now and not have been in my room at the time.
Rowe has found new housing. Both students are now back in class. The bad news with all of this, though, the students who were impacted by the flooding, for the most part, did not have insurance and are having to cover their own losses. Michelle Bowden, WCNC Charlotte.
Let's check in with the forecast. And right now, things seem a little calmer than they were throughout the day.
Yeah, we saw some rain earlier, Brad.
Yeah, that rain kind of shifting off to the west, and we're starting to see things dry out almost completely across the area outside of the little narrow band of showers here across the foothills, Unifor region, back towards, upper parts of Burke and Caldwell County now. Look at these temperatures. Average high this time of year, 66 for this date. We are 68 right now, and we're almost an hour after sunset. This has been a bigger story to me, how humid it is. Dew points have shot up into the upper 60s, close to 70. So incredibly muggy air in place out there. Now, temperatures tomorrow are going to be equally as warm, up around 80 degrees, very warm afternoon. We're going to see a 40% chance of some showers as we go into the afternoon hours. It's certainly a toasty afternoon, and that humidity is not going anywhere. In fact, the dew points remain well above average. We're going to see 60s and 70s for dew points through your Wednesday and Thursday, and even next week it's going to take a while for those dew points to drop off. Now, what's happening is we've got a cold front to the west, but that cold front's not heading here. It's moving to the north, and it's falling apart. So the influx of moisture from the south and southeast is not only making it warm and humid, but it's keeping us in that cloudy, kind of showery setup for the next several days. In fact, scattered showers will be with us through the evening hours, but then we get a little break tomorrow. Late in the day, we'll see another round of showers developing. And to the south, that's where you're going to see the heavy rain tomorrow night into early Thursday. So Wednesday night, Thursday morning, that will likely be the heaviest rain that we're going to see to the south and east. Everywhere else, it's more of a scattered setup. So we'll keep an eye on that batch of heavy rain. We don't want to see it move to the north. The rainfall totals, probably not as much as you might think. Even though it seems like it's rained a lot more, most areas today only saw a 1/10 to a 1/4 of an inch, maybe an additional 1/4 to up to 1 inch of rain. Down here is where we could see some heavier amounts, especially down towards Columbia, South Carolina. The Midlands of South Carolina could end up with some heavy rain. There's actually a medium risk for flash flooding from southeast of Atlanta over to Augusta, Aiken, over towards Columbia, down to Charleston. That'll be the area we'll watch Wednesday night into Thursday with that surge of moisture. Look at the rain chances. Next 10 days, jumping up to 60% Thursday morning. Another chance Sunday and Monday with that secondary front. But we'll have to see what happens with Raphael. This is actually probably going to be a hurricane sometime this evening, if it's not already. It's getting very close there to becoming a hurricane status here. It's a tropical storm now, moving north of the Cayman Islands, heading towards Cuba. Now, the environment ahead of it for the next 4 to 8 hours, so 2 days, very, very conducive for strengthening. But once it gets north, you see this track and you get a little worried. I would not worry, because the environment here is not conducive for strengthening. In fact, there's a very good chance this storm never makes it to the Gulf Coast because of how cool the water is now, how much wind shear there is down there, and dry air. So all three things that would tear that system apart. In our long-range futurecast, we'll show you the rain associated with this slug of moisture Wednesday night and Thursday. That's not associated with our tropical system. There it is at the bottom of your screen. That's our tropical storm or hurricane at this point, Raphael. But watch what happens as it meanders west over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. It basically gets shredded apart by that wind shear and dissipates. So it might not ever make landfall, but some of that moisture could come north on Wednesday, merge with this cold front, and maybe enhance our rain chances for the middle and end of next week. It's certainly going to be warm. Temperatures staying way above average for the next 6 to 10 days, and we're talking 70s for the most part when we should be in the 60s. But it's also likely going to be a wetter than average pattern for the first time in about 2 months, with maybe above average rainfall through that time period. Your Guy Roofing 7-day forecast, I'd call it warm and wet is kind of the pattern here, and by November standards, not by summer standards, because the average high right now is 42 and 66. I mean, 42 for the low, 66 for the high. And when you look at the 10-day forecast, you don't see anything really close to that until possibly next Friday, and that's November 15th.
Wow. All right. Well, thanks for that extended look as well, Brad. If you ever miss one of Brad's forecasts, remember you can keep up with the weather impacts anytime by downloading the free WCNC Charlotte mobile app. It's updated by our meteorologists, so you know exactly when you're getting the forecast by an accurate, qualified source.
Weather impacts everything. Stay prepared with WCNC Charlotte's Weather Impact Team.
It's a raging torrent coming down King Street right now.
Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich and the entire Weather Impact Team delivers the wind.
Brief showers overnight.
The impact.
Winds 60 miles an hour.
And what you need to stay safe and weather aware.
The water will continue to rise. There's nowhere for this water to go.
Stay aware of weather that impacts you by downloading the WCNC News app now.
Now let's get back to Gastonia, where WCNC Charlotte anchor Jane Monreal has more on former President Trump's rally.
The Gaston County Fire Marshal telling me they counted close to 3,500 spectators here Saturday afternoon on the tarmac at Gastonia Municipal Airport. This appearance showing us how important the Tar Heel state is on the road to the White House. They came from near.
This is home.
And far.
I live in Greenville, South Carolina.
The weekend before Election Tuesday, supporters we spoke to say they feel fortunate to witness what is expected to be one of the former president's last campaign rallies.
We win this state, we're going to win the whole ball game, you know.
For North Carolinians like Bobby Ford, restoring the southern border is what she cares about most.
There's nobody that ever did the border job like I did.
Trump saying illegal immigration is top priority.
And it's, in my opinion, the single biggest problem we have. I mean, to me, I rate it bigger than inflation. Inflation's terrible. It's our local law enforcement, and they're going to work with us because we're going to get them the hell out.
Others like Thomas Nelson say they're interested in rebuilding the U.S. economy.
I stand before you today as the only candidate who can rescue our economy.
Trump saying he'll offer tax breaks to companies that are made in America.
We are now going to protect them. We're going to protect them with, as I said, the most beautiful word in the dictionary, tariffs. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff.
As well as relying on being energy independent.
But we're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to frack in certain areas. We're going to frack like we've never fracked before. Because we have more energy than any country in the world, including Russia. We're lucky in that regard. Including Russia and Saudi Arabia.
Then there's Xavion, who came along with his friends. They like one part in particular.
We'll go no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax Social Security.
Definitely the no tax on overtime.
The former president not done with the Tar Heel state. A scheduled appearance Saturday night in Greensboro, followed by Kenston on Sunday, and then Raleigh on Monday. In Gastonia, Jane Monreal, WCNC Charlotte.
Also tonight, new details following Joshua Hunsucker's court appearance. Hunsucker's the man accused of killing his wife with eye drops in 2018, setting a helicopter on fire, then faking his own kidnapping.
You might recall back in August, Hunsucker was indicted on numerous new charges, including witness intimidation and obstruction of justice. WCNC Charlotte's Jesse Pierre joins us outside the Gaston County Courthouse with the latest.
Joshua Hunsucker was back in the courtroom, and we learned he will stay behind bars until his murder trial gets started, and that won't happen until late next year.
I have executed the orders.
Joshua Hunsucker, the man charged with the first-degree murder of his wife Stacy in 2018, will remain behind bars without bond.
In conference with Mr. Taddy, it's my understanding that they intend to consent to the revocation of the defendant's bond for the first-degree murder charge.
Hunsucker was walked into the courtroom Monday in an orange jumpsuit. He showed no emotion. Stacy's family also seated on the benches. Hunsucker is accused of poisoning his wife with eye drops, obtaining property under false pretense, and of insurance fraud. Hunsucker bonded out in December of 2019 and was out of jail until August of this year, when new charges were filed against him, accusing Hunsucker of witness intimidation and obstruction of justice. The state then filing an order to revoke his initial bond.
He's going to be held without bond until his time of trial, and accordingly, we'd ask the court to accept this arrangement.
The defense consenting to that order.
And with regard to the new charges, he'll be held with a $25,000 secured bond as to each count.
The murder trial expected to get underway by fall of 2025. I briefly spoke to Stacy's family's attorney. Now, he didn't make an official statement, but did say he was glad Hunsucker will stay behind bars for now. Now, I also got a chance to speak to a woman who said she was close friends to both Stacy and Joshua Hunsucker. She says she did not agree with today's judgment and says she will stay in his corner. In Gaston County, Jesse Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
Question everything and verify with WCNC Charlotte. Taking questions, seeking experts for the answers, and sharing the knowledge to distinguish fact from fiction.
With this breaking news, we're seeing a lot of claims on social media.
No question left unanswered.
Police say this is true. All 4 of those shootings are connected.
Clearing up the confusion and bringing the truth into focus. WCNC Charlotte is guiding the way.
While recovery is still underway in many counties in western North Carolina, election officials say a record number of voters are making their way out to the polls.
WCNC Charlotte's Anna King in Watauga County tonight and joining us now after speaking with officials and voters. Anna, a little rain out there, but what are they telling you?
That's right. Voters today told me after Hurricane Helene, they were excited to get out and get to the polls. And officials here say they saw a record number of voters, and they say they weren't expecting this.
Our messaging was if we can have a record turnout during COVID, that I hope that we could have a record turnout after Helene.
And that's exactly what happened. A record number of voters made their way to the polls in western North Carolina amidst a recovery that's still underway.
A lot of places here, the roads are still disrupted and travel is difficult. For example, a half mile down the road from me on US Highway 221, one lane is still washed out.
Multiple accommodations were made to ensure those voters could still safely get out. Accommodations like changing voting sites, exceptions for lost IDs, changing poll times to earlier hours, and
Ashe and Avery County, which just have a two-person office, they had some big disruptions and have had to reorganize or relocate several of their election day precincts. And then I know that Yancey County is using some tents for election day voting.
All of which allow poll workers to see 5,000 more voters this year compared to 2020. And those mountain voters say they were excited to get out and let their voices be heard.
It's an important thing to do, and I think everybody's excited to do it after everything that's gone on. You know, we finally can get out again, so we want to be able to get out and do something that's really important.
The community came together real good. It was mainly for the first week or so, it was just churches and neighbors helping neighbors and really no government. I think that brought people together, and, you know, maybe that's what's encouraging people to go out and vote.
And those voting officials say they do have a photo ID exception form for those residents who may have lost their photo ID in the storm. And to get more information on that, you can head to your local precinct. But for now, here live in Boone, Anna King, WCNC Charlotte.
Thank you so much for Anna.
Great news for travelers, especially right before we hit the busy holiday travel season. Getting a refund from any airline, well, it got easier.
WCNC Charlotte's Jane Monreal shows us what we need to know about that, so you're not left asking, where's the money?
Automatic airfare refund rules are now in effect.
I think airlines are just going to have to realize that consumers, you can't just capture them forever with bad policy. Consumers have some rights.
Washington Senator Maria Cantwell championed the bipartisan effort to increase consumer protections. Back in April, U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg praised the protections as well.
When an airline knows that anybody on a flight that's going to get canceled is going to get their money back, it gives them more of a reason to make the investments and the realistic schedules that prevent that from happening to you in the first place.
So here's how it works. If your flight is disrupted and you don't rebook, you get an automatic refund within 20 days. That applies to cancellations, domestic delays of 3 or more hours, and international delays of at least 6 hours. And maybe some of the best news, the refund really should appear automatically without you having to do anything.
If you don't do anything, you don't select a rebooking that the airline provides, or you don't call a customer service agent, it will then, or in theory, the system should automatically default to giving you a refund back if you chose not to fly.
Separate rules also mandate a luggage fee refund if you don't get your bag by a certain time, and refunds for prepaid services like seat selection and Wi-Fi if you don't receive them. Airlines also won't be able to charge fees for families to sit together, and they must improve communication with customers if travel plans go south. Jane Monreal, WCNC Charlotte.
And this year, WCNC Charlotte wants to make sure you're not left asking, where's the money?
Yeah, whether it's saving on your travel or maybe insurance premium or just saving money in general, we want to help you get ahead. So our digital team has put together a resource guide that covers a wide range of topics to help you reach your financial and personal goals. Text GET AHEAD to 704-329-3600. You'll get a link to that resource guide sent straight to you.
Wake up to the news that matters most with meteorologist and traffic reporter Chris Mulcahy.
And we're all clear. We're keeping you smarter, safer, and on time.
Start your day the Mulcahy way. See the difference. 4:30 to 7 on WCNC Charlotte.
Time now to connect the dots when we make the news make sense. Little ghouls and goblins will be out tonight hoping to score a jack-o'-lantern full of candy. But how did this tradition even get started in the first place?
Why do trick-or-treaters go door to door every year? Let's connect the dots. Halloween has been around in one form or another since the 1st century BC, and sweets have always played a big part. During Celtic celebrations, food was left out overnight to supposedly calm unwanted spirits. And in later centuries, people would dress up and play pranks for food and drinks. Those traditions were brought to the U.S. by Irish and Scottish immigrants in the mid-1800s. But by the 1920s, there were a lot more tricks than treats. Halloween became a night of vandalism and even acts of violence. So neighborhoods started getting together to hold organized events for kids. There was a break for sugar rations during World War II, but the tradition soon returned. The phrase trick-or-treating became common by the early 50s, showing up everywhere from Peanuts comics to Disney cartoons. And that popularity means trick-or-treating is now big business. Families spend over $2 billion on candy every year, making Halloween our second largest commercial holiday. And that's connecting the dots.
For anyone on Medicare, the annual enrollment period is fast approaching. You'll be able to enroll from October 15th to December 17th. So here's what you need to know before you enroll so you're not left asking, where's the money? So benefits can change from year to year, and your network of doctors or pharmacies can also change. So it's important to be proactive and look at your options now. The Chief Consumer Officer of Medicare Advantage for United Healthcare says there are a few things to consider when determining what type of Medicare plan is right for you. One, your health needs. What doctors do you like to see, the conditions you're managing, and the prescriptions you're taking. Two, budget. Each type of Medicare plan has different costs. Some might have a premium, others a deductible, co-payment, or co-insurance. And three, what benefits do you want? Parts A and B, well, they help pay for hospital stays or outpatient care. Medicare Part D is prescription drug coverage, and that will see a major change next year as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act.
The annual maximum out-of-pocket dollar amount is being reduced. So this year, that maximum out-of-pocket dollar amount is $8,000. In 2025, it drops to just $2,000.
Bottom line, she says Medicare is not one size fits all. So take the time to understand your individual needs and make a plan for 2025. To learn more, we also include a link for Medicare education on our website, WCNC.com.
WCNC Charlotte's Weather Impact Team delivers when weather will change, what impacts to expect, and what you need to stay safe.
That's a raging torrent coming down King Street right now.
Stay aware of weather that impacts you by downloading the WCNC News app now.
Time now to connect the dots. When we make the news make sense. With the end of daylight saving this weekend, you'll get an extra hour of sleep, which we all appreciate, but not everybody's on board with changing clocks twice a year.
Daylight saving time has a deeper history than just getting more sleep in November. Let's connect the dots. The concept was first introduced in World War I as a way to conserve coal and support the wartime effort. By getting darker earlier, coal could be used on battlefields and less on lighting up homes. After the time changed, the sun rises earlier in the day, but it goes down starting around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And not everybody thinks we should continue with all the flip-flopping. Several studies found people suffer more heart attacks the morning after we spring forward in March. It's also been linked to higher rates of obesity, depression, and diabetes. At least 33 states, including the Carolinas, have introduced some sort of daylight saving time legislation. Most of those bills require a literal act of Congress to put them in motion. But until then, we'll just keep adjusting our clocks. And that is connecting the dots.
Weather impacts everything. Stay prepared with WCNC Charlotte's Weather Impact Team.
It's a raging torrent coming down King Street right now.
Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich and the entire Weather Impact Team delivers the wind.
Brief showers overnight.
The impact.
Winds 60 miles an hour.
And what you need to stay safe and weather aware.
The water will continue to rise. There's nowhere for this water to go.
Stay aware of weather that impacts you by downloading the WCNC News app now.
Let's check in with the forecast. And right now, things seem a little calmer than they were throughout the day.
Yeah, we saw some rain earlier, Brad.
Yeah, that rain kind of shifting off to the west, and we're starting to see things dry out almost completely across the area outside of the little narrow band of showers here across the foothills, Unifor region, back towards, upper parts of Burke and Caldwell County now. Look at these temperatures. Average high this time of year, 66 for this date. We are 68 right now, and we're almost an hour after sunset. This has been a bigger story to me, how humid it is. Dew points have shot up into the upper 60s, close to 70, so incredibly muggy air in place out there. Now, temperatures tomorrow are going to be equally as warm, up around 80 degrees, very warm afternoon. We're going to see a 40% chance of some showers as we go into the afternoon hours. It's certainly a toasty afternoon, and that humidity is not going anywhere. In fact, the dew points remain well above average. We're going to see 60s and 70s for dew points through your Wednesday and Thursday, and even next week it's going to take a while for those dew points to drop off. Now, what's happening is we've got a cold front to the west, but that cold front's not heading here. It's moving to the north, and it's falling apart. So the influx of moisture from the south and southeast is not only making it warm and humid, but it's keeping us in that cloudy, kind of showery setup for the next several days. In fact, scattered showers will be with us through the evening hours, but then we get a little break tomorrow. Late in the day, we'll see another round of showers developing. And to the south, that's where you're going to see the heavy rain tomorrow night into early Thursday. So Wednesday night, Thursday morning, that will likely be the heaviest rain that we're going to see to the south and east. Everywhere else, it's more of a scattered setup. So we'll keep an eye on that batch of heavy rain. We don't want to see it move to the north. The rainfall totals, probably not as much as you might think. Even though it seems like it's rained a lot more, most areas today only saw a 1/10 to a 1/4 of an inch, maybe an additional 1/4 to up to 1 inch of rain. Down here is where we could see some heavier amounts, especially down towards Columbia, South Carolina. The Midlands of South Carolina could end up with some heavy rain. There's actually a medium risk for flash flooding from southeast of Atlanta over to Augusta, Aiken, over towards Columbia, down to Charleston. That'll be the area we'll watch Wednesday night into Thursday with that surge of moisture. Look at the rain chances. Next 10 days, jumping up to 60% Thursday morning. Another chance Sunday and Monday with that secondary front. But we'll have to see what happens with Raphael. This is actually probably going to be a hurricane sometime this evening, if it's not already. It's getting very close there to becoming a hurricane status here. It's a tropical storm now, moving north of the Cayman Islands, heading towards Cuba. Now, the environment ahead of it for the next 4 to 8 hours, so 2 days, very, very conducive for strengthening. But once it gets north, you see this track and you get a little worried. I would not worry because the environment here is not conducive for strengthening. In fact, there's a very good chance this storm never makes it to the Gulf Coast because of how cool the water is now, how much wind shear there is down there, and dry air. So all three things that would tear that system apart. In our long-range futurecast, we'll show you the rain associated with this slug of moisture Wednesday night and Thursday. That's not associated with our tropical system. There it is at the bottom of your screen. That's our tropical storm or hurricane at this point, Raphael. But watch what happens as it meanders west over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. It basically gets shredded apart by that wind shear and dissipates. So it might not ever make landfall, but some of that moisture could come north on Wednesday, merge with this cold front, and maybe enhance our rain chances for the middle and end of next week. It's certainly going to be warm. Temperatures staying way above average for the next 6 to 10 days, and we're talking 70s for the most part when we should be in the 60s. But it's also likely going to be a wetter than average pattern for the first time in about 2 months with maybe above average rainfall through that time period. Your Guy Roofing 7-day forecast, I'd call it warm and wet is kind of the pattern here, and by November standards, not by summer standards, because the average high right now is 42 and 66. I mean, 42 for the low, 66 for the high. And when you look at the 10-day forecast, you don't see anything really close to that until possibly next Friday, and that's November 15th.
Wow. All right. Well, thanks for that extended look as well, Brad. If you ever miss one of Brad's forecasts, remember you can keep up with the weather impacts anytime by downloading the free WCNC Charlotte mobile app. It's updated by our meteorologists so you know exactly when you're getting the forecast by an accurate, qualified source. have to start with the candidates spending their day with voters across our state, showing just how important North Carolina has been and will continue to be up until Tuesday.
Our news partners in Raleigh report Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are in a dead heat, trying to gather critical votes to try to win the presidency.
WCNC Charlotte's Anna King spoke with officials today about the high stakes in this election.
Multiple political candidates made their way to North Carolina Sunday, just days ahead of Election Day Tuesday. Former President Donald Trump made a stop in Kingston, North Carolina, where Trump spoke on topics like border control and the economy.
We've had a lot of luck in North Carolina. We won it twice. We won every primary. We won everything this place.
This while Governor Walz made his appearance in Gastonia, North Carolina Sunday.
We're in the mode right now that we get to put all that stuff behind us and lead into a better future.
Just after Kamala Harris held a rally in Charlotte Saturday where she spoke to attendees about her plans of freedom for all. North Carolinians also into early voting Saturday, hitting a record number of participants at over 4 million voters.
Well, I think folks are understanding that if they want to preserve and protect our democratic republic and our system of government, that it requires showing up and making sure your voice is heard.
Voting advocates say this comes as many view this election as high stakes.
A lot of the discussions that we've been hearing in our political discourse about protecting our democracy, I think that's getting a lot of traction with folks to encourage them to make sure that their voice is heard.
In North Carolina, there's also a notable disparity showing more women have gone out to the polls to vote compared to men, and more Republicans have gone out to vote than Democrats, all while numbers show both candidates are sitting neck and neck ahead of Election Day. In Charlotte, Anna King, WCNC Charlotte.
And we know thousands are still feeling the impacts from the storm. We also know thousands of volunteers have flocked to the mountains without hesitation to try to lend a hand.
Yeah, and now a Fort Mill man is answering the call for humanitarian aid in Asheville, helping those who are helping others. WCNC Charlotte's Jane Monreal was able to catch up with him as his nonprofit is aiming to make a difference.
Sean Malone's Crisis Response International has been set up in Asheville since October 1st.
I did get to go home for about 36 hours and get some cold weather clothes and hug my wife, pet my dog, see my kids, and got right back here on the ground.
The Fort Mill nonprofit's founder was actually in Florida shortly after Hurricane Helene made landfall.
We had cooked for 500 people that day and served only about 30. And we realized, wait a minute. And, you know, we were tracking what was going on in Asheville, and we quickly turned around and came right here.
The former first responder and film industry worker started his nonprofit after helping provide lights at Ground Zero following 9/11. Responding to one disaster after another, Malone says this area in western North Carolina has a need like he's never seen.
People in the Asheville-Arden area, people who are under boil order. Most people have gotten power restored, but you know, every day we're still shocked. People coming down from the mountainous regions and areas that are kind of cut off, or they just had their driveway cleared. And they said, "This is my first hot meal in 3 weeks." You know, there's what people need to understand. People are out of work here.
Malone says the plan is to be boots on the ground for the foreseeable future as they move into what he calls the recovery phase.
To do more things like muck outs and, you know, debris removal, assisting homeowners, and, you know, more longer term recovery.
His team of 40 to 50 in and out of state volunteers signing up for the mission to meet their needs and bring some hope.
It's one of the great joys is just hearing people say, "Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. This is absolutely incredible." And then sometimes those same people, you know, come back the next day and they volunteer.
If you want to help, Malone says they need both volunteers and resources as they go into the winter months, including specific non-perishable food items, toiletries, and other household goods, or even monetary donations to purchase supplies, including a work truck. For more information, go to our website, WCNC.com. Back to you.
When severe weather impacts the Carolinas, you can help us tell the story.
Our radar helps to keep you weather aware, along with images like these. Here's how to send us a video or picture of conditions impacting your area.
Make sure you're in a safe spot. Take a picture or video, then send it to the Near Me feature on our WCNC News app.
Your image could be part of our weather impact coverage. Download the WCNC News app now.
Right now, there are people who have yet to make up their minds on who to vote for. Many are still looking at the candidates and the plans for the future of this country and how that will impact them and their money. One viewer wanted to know if presidents can make up tax code laws. WCNC Charlotte's Megan Bragg comes back to join us to verify.
Well, both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have different plans on how they want to handle taxes for the country. Now, while there are processes in place to get tax laws passed, a viewer wanted to know if the president themselves can make up the tax laws. So let's verify.
Our sources, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Service, and Mark Stieber, Jackson Hewitt's Tax Services Information Officer. According to the IRS, federal taxes are proposed in the U.S. House of Representatives and follow a formal tax legislation process.
Our tax laws, all of them, are made by representatives in Congress and the Senate. You put forth a bill in the Congressional House, they ratify it, and then it goes to the Senate.
If the bill passes the House and Senate, it will then head to the president's desk to be signed into law or vetoed. But can the president make up tax laws?
The president does have tremendous powers with the executive order capability.
Stieber says technically the president can, however, it's very difficult.
So I don't think you'll see a president use executive authority, especially on something like tax laws. And if you say something that the House and the Senate or Republicans or Democrats do not like, they can undo an executive order in the next day. And so if it was something that really was unpopular, yeah, the president could do it.
So we can verify that, yes, the president can make an executive order and put a tax law in place. However, it's very unlikely. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
And we wanted to let you know we'll have even more election coverage coming up tonight on WCNC Plus. We'll take a look at the big headlines in the state and national races and even hear from some of the candidates themselves. You can catch Countdown to Decision 2024 tonight once again on WCNC Plus. You can download that app to your preferred streaming device.
Time now to connect the dots. When we make the news make sense. A North Carolina tree will sit in the White House this year, but how did this tradition even get started?
The tradition of a White House Christmas tree dates all the way back to the 1800s. Let's connect the dots. It first began in 1889 with President Benjamin Harrison, but it was President Eisenhower who established the tradition of keeping a tree in the Blue Room. Since then, it's become a tradition every year to pick a tree from across the country. And since 1961, North Carolina has the honor of providing the most trees out of any other state, with 61. This year's tree was selected from the Carter Christmas Tree Farm in Avery County. It's nicknamed Tremendous, and it stands over 19 feet tall. The tree will be cut down sometime next month before it heads to D.C. And that is Connecting the Dots.
WCNC Charlotte's Weather Impact Team delivers when weather will change, what impacts to expect, and what you need to stay safe.
That's a raging torrent coming down King Street right now.
Stay aware of weather that impacts you by downloading the WCNC News app now.
Welcome back to WCNC Charlotte on this Halloween. Many of you will be heading out trick-or-treating with the little ones tonight.
And for many years, people have been posting warnings on social media about tainted candy, but this is really a problem. WCNC Charlotte's Megan Bragg verifies.
Well, usually every Halloween we see social media posts warning parents to look out for drugs that look like candy or candy that has been tainted. So are legitimate reports of contaminated Halloween candy common in our area? Let's verify.
Our sources, Matthews Police Public Information Officer Tim Aycock and the Chester County Sheriff's Office. Aycock says he is unaware of any issues at all with candy last year.
Fortunately, in Matthews, this hasn't ever been an issue, and hopefully it never will be.
We also spoke with the Chester County Sheriff's Office. They also told us they have not had any issues or reports of tainted Halloween candy.
This incident would be rare because a lot of times the drug dealers and traffickers, they're trying to move those items to keep it where we as law enforcement don't detect it.
The best thing to do to make sure your kids are safe this Halloween, look at the packaging, and if it's already open or looks like to have been resealed, throw it away. So we can verify that no, it's not common to have legitimate reports of contaminated Halloween candy in our area.
Aycock says the biggest danger is actually traffic, so make sure your kids are staying in groups and always use the crosswalks when going from house to house. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
a new information tonight as we continue to look into how your tax dollars are being used.
When 8 Charlotte council members and 6 city employees head to Germany later this month for the Carolina Panthers game in Munich, newly obtained records show the cost for their flights and hotels alone will approach $80,000.
As we uncovered last week, 2/3 of the city council is making the trip, not just for the game, but to try and recruit and retain German businesses, meet elected leaders there, and try to see how they're solving urban problems.
Almost a week after our initial story, the city provided the names of 6 additional staff members who plan on making the trip, plus their itinerary. Hotels estimated at $825 a night on average, and the 14 travelers will be there for up to 5 nights. Plane tickets coming in around $1,500. And amidst some criticism, one of the council members going called the mostly taxpayer-backed trip a great use of resources. The city attorney previously said the travelers will have to buy their own tickets to the game itself. We will continue digging into the story and share what we're able to learn.
Weather impacts everything. Stay prepared with WCNC Charlotte's Weather Impact Team.
It's a raging torrent coming down King Street right now.
Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich and the entire Weather Impact Team delivers the wind.
Brief showers overnight.
The impact.
Winds 60 miles an hour.
And what you need to stay safe and weather aware.
The water will continue to rise. There's nowhere for this water to go.
Stay aware of weather that impacts you by downloading the WCNC News app now.
Let's check in with the forecast. And right now, things seem a little calmer than they were throughout the day.
Yeah, we saw some rain earlier, Brad.
Yeah, that rain kind of shifting off to the west, and we're starting to see things dry out almost completely across the area outside of the little narrow band of showers here across the foothills, Unifor region, back towards, upper parts of Burke and Caldwell County. Now, look at these temperatures. Average high this time of year, 66 for this date. We are 68 right now, and we're almost an hour after sunset. This has been a bigger story to me, how humid it is. Dew points have shot up into the upper 60s, close to 70. So incredibly muggy air in place out there. Now, temperatures tomorrow are going to be equally as warm, up around 80 degrees, very warm afternoon. We're going to see a 40% chance of some showers as we go into the afternoon hours. So certainly a toasty afternoon, and that humidity is not going anywhere. In fact, the dew points remain well above average. We're going to see 60s and 70s for dew points through your Wednesday and Thursday, and even next week it's going to take a while for those dew points to drop off. Now, what's happening is we've got a cold front to the west, but that cold front's not heading here. It's moving to the north, and it's falling apart. So the influx of moisture from the south and southeast is not only making it warm and humid, but it's keeping us in that cloudy, kind of showery setup for the next several days. In fact, scattered showers will be with us through the evening hours, but then we get a little break tomorrow. Late in the day, we'll see another round of showers developing. And to the south, that's where you're going to see the heavy rain tomorrow night into early Thursday. So Wednesday night, Thursday morning, that will likely be the heaviest rain that we're going to see to the south and east. Everywhere else, it's more of a scattered setup. So we'll keep an eye on that batch of heavy rain. We don't want to see it move to the north. The rainfall totals, probably not as much as you might think. Even though it seems like it's rained a lot more, most areas today only saw 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch, maybe an additional 1/4 to up to 1 inch of rain. Down here is where we could see some heavier amounts, especially down towards Columbia, South Carolina. The Midlands of South Carolina could end up with some heavy rain. There's actually a medium risk for flash flooding from southeast of Atlanta over to Augusta, Aiken, over towards Columbia, down to Charleston. That'll be the area we'll watch Wednesday night into Thursday with that surge of moisture. Look at the rain chances. Next 10 days, jumping up to 60% Thursday morning. Another chance Sunday and Monday with that secondary front. But we'll have to see what happens with Raphael. This is actually probably going to be a hurricane sometime this evening, if it's not already. It's getting very close there to becoming a hurricane status here. It's a tropical storm now, moving north of the Cayman Islands, heading towards Cuba. Now, the environment ahead of it for the next 4 to 8 hours, so 2 days, very, very conducive for strengthening. But once it gets north, you see this track and you get a little worried. I would not worry, because the environment here is not conducive for strengthening. In fact, there's a very good chance this storm never makes it to the Gulf Coast because of how cool the water is now, how much wind shear there is down there, and dry air. So all three things that would tear that system apart. In our long-range futurecast, we'll show you the rain associated with this slug of moisture Wednesday night and Thursday. That's not associated with our tropical system. There it is at the bottom of your screen. That's our tropical storm or hurricane at this point, Raphael. But watch what happens as it meanders west over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. It basically gets shredded apart by that wind shear, and dissipates. So it might not ever make landfall, but some of that moisture could come north on Wednesday, merge with this cold front, and maybe enhance our rain chances for the middle and end of next week. It's certainly going to be warm. Temperatures staying way above average for the next 6 to 10 days, and we're talking 70s for the most part when we should be in the 60s. But it's also likely going to be a wetter than average pattern for the first time in about 2 months, with maybe above average rainfall through that time period. Your Guy Roofing 7-day forecast, I'd call it warm and wet is kind of the pattern here, and by November standards, not by summer standards, because the average high right now is 42 and 66. I mean, 42 for the low, 66 for the high. And when you look at the 10-day forecast, you don't see anything really close to that until possibly next Friday, and that's November 15th.
Wow. All right. Well, thanks for that extended look as well, Brad. If you ever miss one of Brad's forecasts, remember you can keep up with the weather impacts anytime by downloading the free WCNC Charlotte mobile app. It's updated by our meteorologists, so you know exactly when you're getting the forecast by an accurate, qualified source.
Election season is coming down to the wire, and both presidential campaigns are zeroing in on North Carolina, holding rallies here in the Charlotte area. Thank you for joining us. I'm Nick Sturdivant. According to our news gathering partners in Raleigh, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump in a dead heat for what's going to be critical votes on the road to win the presidency. We have team coverage of today's event, starting with WCNC Charlotte's Julie Kay, who has more on Vice President Harris's message to voters.
A packed crowd and a crowded lineup.
And I believe with all my heart in the next generation.
Bon Jovi joining a star-studded rally of musicians, politicians, and celebrities, all in support of Vice President Kamala Harris.
And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Her pledge to the crowd, focusing on the future, one that includes restoring reproductive rights and lower taxes for the middle class.
I will enact the first ever federal ban on corporate price gouging on groceries.
Despite some interruptions from protesters,
It's okay, y'all. Democracy can be complicated.
It's a pledge that's even more impactful on the last day of early voting in North Carolina and for voters with kids.
I want her to understand that it's her responsibility as a citizen of this country to participate in this election.
That message backed up by star power, including actress Kerry Washington.
She also is interested in not being the president of just a few of us. She wants to be a president for all Americans, for all of the people.
So as early voting ends,
make your voices heard.
It marks the beginning of the final push for the presidency and Harris's vision for the future. In Charlotte, Julie Kay, WCNC Charlotte.
One of Charlotte's latest victims of teenage violence was laid to rest today. 18-year-old Zachary Riken was shot and killed inside a car in South Charlotte back in October. WCNC Charlotte's Teresa Woodard shares how the community came together in his memory.
Well, hearts were heavy here at Southbrook Church. Many folks coming together to not only honor Zachary Riken, but to also support and love on his family. A family and a community could have never prepared themselves for this day. The day Zachary Riken's heart stopped beating. Now many sitting in silence, unprepared to say the words.
I really don't want to read this.
Goodbye.
I can hardly imagine what it will now mean to live in a world without my brother.
That his first breath took mine away. His last breath keeps taking it away.
His mom, Chandra Riken, holding back tears as family and friends took a trip down memory lane.
He always just knew when help was needed and was right there to do what needed done.
When he was young, he was known for being so happy and uncommonly deep of heart. He sang loudly, and he smiled bigly, and he loved greatly.
They say it's hard to forget someone who leaves behind so much to remember.
The last few years were challenging for Zach, but he was finding his way. He was starting to really believe he had a future and was making plans for himself.
As the family looks ahead,